Smart food popcorn. I like that. That's 31. What's funny about that? Smart food's great.
Okay.
How do you feel about the Andy Caps hot fries?
Never liked them.
It came in.
No, and I know people love them. Some people really love them. It just that never resonated with me. Every time I see the pub fry, I think about roller skating as a kid at Bonaventure.
As one does.
And did you go the double session, and then in between the sessions, you would go to the cafeteria there and eat, and the pub fries were part of it.
I am 60 deep. I've passed pork rinds, and I've got no pretzels yet.
Wow. So maybe pretzels weren't part of it because they don't consider it a chip.
I mean, maybe. They've got things in here though, like Ritz crackers.
Ritz?
Yeah,
it's not a chip; it's a cracker.
Well, it made the top 100.
Ritz are great, but it's not a chip.
For what it's worth. But I'm not going to do this whole thing because I'm just killing time. All right, here we go. Here's the top 10. It's put together by the folks at Ranker, where you can go and vote and get your own top 10 in there. At number 10, Kareem got it. It was the Cheetos. Cheetos were at number 10, the regular old Cheetos.
So good.
Number 9, nobody got number 9, Cheez-Its. Now, you're going to argue that it's a cracker, but...
Because it is, but they're great.
Cracker is apparently counted on this list.
By the way, how many different flavors of cheeses did you turn down last week?
There were like 14 at the Cheez-Its bowl. I did not wake up feeling the cheesiest.
Okay, obvious.
Just for the record, which should surprise no one. Number 8, Max got that. It was the the Cool Ranch Doritos. At number 7, Vincenzo got the Lay's sour cream and onion chips. At number 6, Pringles sour cream and onion.
Yeah.
Number 5 surprised me. Cheetos Puffs.
Okay, yeah, no, I like those too.
Do you?
Yeah, 'cause sometimes you just want the change up. You got the extra crunchy normal Cheetos, and then you got the puffy Cheetos. I like it.
Number 4, Rob got, and JC called earlier and implied he was debating between Ruffles cheddar sour cream and regular Ruffles. He went with regular Ruffles. Didn't make the top 10. Ruffles cheddar and sour cream. Rob eventually got that. Came in at 4.
So very good.
Josh got the Flamin' Hot Cheetos at number 3. Number 2, Lay's barbecued potato chips.
There it is.
And the number 1 chip, Gator, you got it right out of the gate. Regular old Doritos, the nacho cheese,
the original
Doritos.
Nacho cheese flavor.
So you can the website's Ranker. You can go vote there, and you can move the chips around up and down and all that, and it goes 100 deep. But we weren't going to do 100 different ones here. But let me see what ranked 100. Maybe it didn't go 100 deep.
Chip irrelevant.
Went 98 deep. Yeah, the irrelevant chip. Do you want to here? You give me a number.
Number 69, Doug.
Number 69 is the Sun Chips French Onion.
Sun Chips are great.
Yeah. What number did you wear in football?
71. I won
71.
a bunch of different numbers.
The Lay's Sweet Southern Heat Barbecue.
72.
72 was the Doritos Flamin' Hot Nacho.
54.
Oh, we're going to way through this, aren't we?
The
original Sun Chips.
All right.
Oh, there you go. All right, cool. Thanks, everyone, for participating. We'll talk some NFL, some Super Bowl. Who do you want to win this whole thing? Or more importantly, who do you not want to win the whole thing? That's next, 97.1.
Red Wings forward James Van Riemsdyk has been a big reason for the team's success this season. After missing training camp for the birth of his child, he's finally got his sea legs under him and has been producing well as of late. He's got 7 points in the last 7 games for the Wings and is currently Detroit's 4th leading scorer with 11 goals this year. Yesterday, Todd McClellan detailed why JVR has been an important addition for Detroit this season and what he brings to this team.
He's a stabilizing factor on the line. May not be the fastest guy, but he knows who he is and what he does. And he's been there so many times on the boards versus pressure, back checking, good reads, what's going to happen. So it's not difficult to find him line mates, but we always look at what he might complement the best or vice versa.
Red Wings and Canucks coming up tonight at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. Jeff Rieger hosts pregame coverage at 6:45. Today's a big day for the front offices of Detroit. At 4 o'clock, Lions general manager Brad Holmes will have his annual end-of-season presser. It will be live right here on 97.1. Today's also arbitration day for the Tigers, who will attempt to reach salary agreements with Tarek Skubal, Riley Green, Kerry Carpenter, Spencer Torkelson, Will Vest, Casey Mize, Tyler Holton, and Zach McKinstry. For anyone without agreements, the Tigers and said player will exchange proposed salary figures by 8 o'clock tonight in preparation for a third-party hearing in the coming weeks. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, visit 971 The Ticket or go to Odyssey.com.
Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, Kangs behind the glass. Hyundai on phones today. Great to be with you on a Thursday with the sun out. Gray. The gray is gone, at least temporarily, which I can't stand. Like if we're winter, give me winter. If we're summer, give me summer. Spring, give me spring. Fall, give me fall. Don't give me gray. Gray's terrible.
Let me just check one thing here.
What's that?
Well, this is potential.
Potential what? Snow?
Yeah, no, here we go.
Nice. Because I'm worried we're done with snow for the year.
No, it's the first sighting of the year, I think, of white guy in shorts. Am I wrong? This is white guy in shorts.
You think we get white guy in shorts
It's
today?
48 degrees right
Yeah,
now.
you're
It's either
right.
happening today or tomorrow.
Yeah, I
No,
mean,
you're
this is a day that go play hoops with your friends.
Yeah,
outside.
white guy in shorts.
Oh,
does
white
that.
guy in shorts is getting
100%.
gas today, man.
Oh, yeah.
He's getting gas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You might wash the car outside.
Oh,
today.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mow the lawn. Yeah, you're right. White guy in shorts will make an appearance today.
Yeah.
Okay. Got the Sharpie here. We're going to start crossing out teams in the playoffs. I'm going to start in the NFC. Green Bay at Chicago. I mean, is this the easiest matchup to just say we don't want you or you to win it all?
I mean, if we're talking about teams we don't want in there, I mean, do we have to go by round, or are we just going to do it by
We're
all
just
the
going to go
teams?
through all the
Yeah,
teams.
no, I don't want the Bears or the Packers. In fact, I wish they weren't even playing this game, but they are playing this game, and I hope the Packers beat the hell out of the Bears. But the Packers are the next team I want eliminated. So, yes, both of them are gone.
Okay. Do we have something against the Seattle Seahawks, the number 1 seed? Actually, they're kind of tougher. Who are the other easy ones? Philly,
I mean, nobody wants Philly again,
right? Kang, nobody wants Philly, right?
Nope.
So let's cross out
except for
Philly.
Stoney.
Stony.
I mean, I think there's. Do people want the Rams to win again? Do you want to see Stafford win another one?
I really don't.
Dude,
No.
I hated the people that want him to win the first one.
Right.
Yes. Additionally, for you, the McVay factor.
I mean, I know
Good
where I
God,
stand on
how
this, but I
bitter of a
can't-
pill will that be for you to swallow if McVay wins another Super Bowl?
Let's go Panthers.
Okay, so Rams are. I don't want to see the Rams win it.
Right.
So what other ones are easy to cross out?
I mean, I don't want the Niners to win. They've had enough success in my life. I don't need to see that again.
Actually, they've had the most
With the
postseason
last
success.
quarterback taken in the draft, I don't need that.
Okay. Kang, you okay with crossing out the Niners?
Yeah, I don't like the Niners. They
Okay.
ended maybe our best shot making the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Screw the Niners.
In the most annoying way really possible. I'm going to leave Seattle on the board for now. We'll circle back to
Yeah,
Seattle.
we'll circle back.
Who's the team from the AFC we really don't want to win?
Pittsburgh.
Really?
Is it that hard?
Oh, because of Aaron Rodgers. God, between
I mean,
my
how-
respect and love for Tomlin and my disdain for Rodgers, really, I'm kind of torn.
I love Mike Tomlin, but Mike Tomlin, I mean, they don't want him there. Let him go do what he's going to do.
they don't deserve him.
They don't deserve him. No, they don't deserve him. And Aaron Rodgers, come on, man. This is like the third easiest team to roll out.
Okay, Ken, you're good with crossing out Pittsburgh?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
By the way, I know you guys both love Tomlin. There's a chance he might get let go if he
We know.
loses the playoff
We
game.
know.
So you're rooting for it.
We know. All right. I'm kind of irritated that New England got so good again so quickly.
Yeah, but it's your coach. You love that coach.
I do love Vrabel,
I think they got
but-
a likable quarterback.
but do their fans deserve this?
No, their fans don't deserve it, but I can't scratch them off the list just yet. I kind of like that team.
Do you?
I do, and
There's not a fan base that deserves less than Boston.
without
All
question.
they've done is won championships.
In everything.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. The whole Boston area.
I could rule them out the next round, but in the first round, I don't want the Chargers.
Okay,
to
but we're
win.
talking about who we want to win the Super Bowl.
Right. Well, can we circle back like we're circling back with a
We
couple
can
other
circle
teams?
back to New England, but New England's a strong cross out for me, but and you don't want the Chargers.
Absolutely not.
Now, you don't like Herbert, and you obviously don't like Harbaugh.
What?
Kang, how you feel about the Chargers?
I don't mind the Chargers.
I used to love the Chargers.
I don't mind the Chargers, man. I like their uniforms.
I still do love the uniform.
Yeah. There
What
you
is
go.
it about Herbert?
Yeah, what is it about Herbert?
I don't know. He gets so talked about what a great quarterback he is, and then he just sucks. Like he has these great
Does he-
games with statistics, and he
Okay.
looks great on paper, and then you watch him in a game that matters, and he sucks. That may change because I do think he's got talent. You can't watch him play and say he's got no talent, but I don't know. He was so highly touted, went back for another year, and I thought, did he hurt himself in the draft by going back for another year? And whatever. I'm just not a fan.
Okay, we'll circle back to them. But Buffalo. Is there any reason to root against Buffalo?
I don't need Buffalo. Look, it's a cute story that they haven't won the Super Bowl. They've been there a bunch of times, and then they went like 20 years without making an appearance in the playoffs. And here comes Josh Allen leading them back, and Josh Allen's a likable enough guy. I just don't want to hear about the Buffalo fans and the mafia and all that. I think it would be
don't
pretty
we have a
sweet
bit of
to
a
see-
kinship from them in terms of disappointment?
No.
We don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me know the last time the Lions made it to the 4 straight Super Bowls.
Well, no, but I mean, they kind of get mocked and made fun of, and so do we. But, Kang, do you have anything against Buffalo?
I'm kind of indifferent with Buffalo. I don't hate them. I definitely don't love them, though.
How do you feel about Josh Allen, Scott?
I like him better than Herbert. I do like him as a quarterback, but I think sometimes he gets way too much credit.
Do you?
Yeah, I think he puts himself in some precarious positions he doesn't need to do, and I think sometimes he gets really reckless. But he's a hell of a quarterback, though.
I keep saying we want to circle back. We're circling back to too many teams and not crossing him enough out.
Well, it
Jacksonville.
sounds like you guys don't want to cross out Buffalo. That's fine. Do what I mean.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not
but
against it. You
No,
can cross
we're
them
just
out.
making sure who we need to cross out
okay.
first. Jacksonville.
I'm not crossing them out. I'll admit it. I was a mark for Trevor Lawrence in college. I want him to succeed badly in the NFL. I feel like Jacksonville is trying to make the most out of the least, and we're a pretty good football team this year. Maybe they're starting to put things together, and all that without having their top draft choice playing with them in the second half of the season.
They play like half their home games in London, which
Yeah, I mean,
they're not.
I
They're not
feel like
dislikable. They're
right, I
not
feel like they're
dislikable.
kind of harmless.
Yeah.
For me, though, with Jacksonville, I wouldn't be able to stomach it because that's another team that did it before us.
Yeah,
and that's going to be piss me off.
Well, that's
man.
the
They
same
don't
thing with
deserve it,
Buffalo.
man. Yeah, but
So
at
if
least
that's the
Buffalo's
background-
had some
Buffalo's-
success.
yeah.
They've made the Super Bowls, Jacksonville, they made what? Did they make it to one Super Bowl or was it just the AFC title game?
I think they went to the
Early?
AFC title game.
Okay.
I think.
They're still one of the teams on the list then,
Yeah.
just like us. Stay on the list. I don't need another team off the list. We all need to be the same starting next year.
Okay, so I could see that. We don't need another team to get off the list of teams that never played in the
Yeah,
Super
'cause then
Bowl.
it
So
just
let's
shows
root
us.
against Jacksonville, and we're narrowing down the field, and we don't want that. The Houston Texans. Is there anything to hate? Any reason to hate the Texans?
I actually like Houston too. And I think they're on the list too, though.
I like Houston.
I know, right?
I like their coach. I love the defensive end situation they have with the bookend
So jealous.
Rudge Ushers. Yeah, we're all jealous. About that.
CJ Stroud, the little bit that I got to see him talk, I find him likable.
He's likable,
Yep.
and he had the great rookie season, the terrible second season. And he's kind of battled back this year, and he's looking good.
There's not a lot like
The guy Nico Collins is the guy he hooks up with. So you got the Ohio State Michigan
Okay,
thing.
so
that
we're
they
not
work
crossing.
together.
We're
for
not
the
crossing
beat.
out Houston.
I'm not crossing out Houston.
What about Denver?
This is tough for me, right? Because I said earlier, I've always from the moment I've enjoyed professional football, have detested the Denver Broncos.
Which is weird.
Well, it's from the first game I remember watching when it was the Super Bowl and after the '77 season, and they took on the Cowboys, and I loved Tony Dorsett and Roger Staubach, and I didn't like Craig Morton and the Broncos.
So it's very personal to you, but
Yes.
there's nothing inherent about the Broncos.
Not now.
Yeah.
I mean, it was for that whole era of the John I couldn't stand Elway. Never liked John Elway. And I thought it was hysterical that they got a playoff win with Tim Tebow as their quarterback.
Right.
But yeah, I haven't had any reason to like them. I just enjoyed keeping them down. But then Bo Nix came along, and I like Bo Nix.
Kang,
And
is there
they play a fun brand of football?
any reason to hate the Broncos?
I didn't like John Elway either, by the way. But this current team has I don't hate anyone on this current team. Not really. Yeah.
Okay.
I want a reason to. I'd
want a
like to
reason
keep
to.
my disdain for the Denver Broncos organization, and I can't bring myself to do it. I don't love them either. It's just this is one of those teams. They're a little bit kind of harmless.
Right. Sure. AFC team. Don't ever see them. The final one, Seattle, that we didn't talk about with the NFC. Is there a reason to hate Seattle?
I just don't like Seattle.
The city?
No, nothing against the city. I didn't like the Seahawks when they won it with the Legion of Boom and
And you don't like Sam Darnold though.
I can't stand Sam Darnold.
Why? Why?
Because I think he's a fraud, and maybe I'll just enjoy it when they finally play in the second round of the playoffs and he gets exposed, and
Do you?
I'll enjoy that. Look, I like Kenneth Walker with Spartan, but that's not enough for me to really get on board with the Seabags. No.
Kang, is there anything else about Seattle that we need to bring up?
For me, I'm just anti NFC this year. If we can't win it, I don't want anyone from the NFC to win it.
I like that. I like that.
Now, we haven't discussed Carolina.
I can't root against
I know,
Carolina.
I'm
might
going
be
to cross
the
out
one.
Seattle, even though I'm doing it reluctantly because I think it's very personal for you.
Yeah.
But okay, here's who we have left that we haven't crossed out. Actually, it's a lot. It's Carolina, the Chargers, the Patriots, the Bills, the Texans, and the Broncos.
I can understand you guys want to cross off the Patriots. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't
right.
want
No more for Boston.
No
dude.
more for
No more.
Boston.
I understand.
You guys,
I get it. I
you
get
guys
it.
fall out of bed and win championships in all sports.
No, I get
the
it.
hell with
That's
you.
fine.
And your suffering between being good needs to be longer than that.
That's cool. Get them
So
out.
New England's off the list.
Did we say Buffalo's off the list?
I mean, we can. I
You
don't
want
want.
Or sorry, we can
about this?
cross them off so
Yeah.
that they're not on the list.
We're down to 5. Carolina, the Chargers, the Bills, the Texans, and the Broncos. Let's ask for listeners to text us. 248-539-9797. A reason to hate Carolina, the Chargers, the Bills, the Texans, or the Broncos. If you have a reason to hate one of those teams that we here in Detroit, why we should hate them and root against them in this postseason, let us know. A team you strongly dislike, a reason that you strong. We don't like using the word hate around here. The team which of these teams do you most strongly dislike and why we should? And we'll cross them out if we see some good reasons and see who's left. Text us at 248-539-9797. Let's figure out which team winning the Super Bowl will be the least annoying is what we're working with. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. So we're trying to come up with a list of reasons teams we root against here. We got a bunch. So we've crossed out Green Bay, Chicago, San Francisco, Seattle. We've crossed out New England, Jacksonville. We've crossed out Pittsburgh. There's one more. Hold on. We have crossed out the Rams, teams that we don't want to win it all. And by process of elimination, I guess we'll figure out who we do want to win it all. We've asked the listeners for help, reasons to detest either the Panthers, the Chargers, the Bills, the Texans, or the Broncos.
I think is it kind of easy just to say which one, I guess it would be the least offensive to win is Carolina, isn't it?
Well, let's work our way through this list.
Okay.
Yeah, we're kind of doing it the opposite way, but you might be right when it's all said and done. I still hate the Chargers for moving to L.A. The Superchargers belong in San Diego. That's from John.
Solid reason.
It is a solid reason. I think about, wouldn't it be kind of funny if the bastard stepchild tenant at SoFi Stadium wins it?
It would have been great if the Rams hadn't already won.
Already won it. So we can hate on the Chargers because they left San Diego. F them guys.
Yeah.
Okay. Whoever sent that. John in Lake Orion, yeah. Cross that out.
I mean, you like San Diego.
Well, I like the Padres. For some reason, growing up, I know why I became a Padre fan. I became a Padre fan because the Tigers weren't particularly good. I was a very impressionable age. I started collecting baseball cards, and the brown and gold uniforms with the white cleats and the yellow socks.
They
and
just
brown
stand out as
stirrups
awesome.
were the best, and I couldn't resist.
But you got relatives in San Diego.
My
Are they
relatives in
upset
San
that the Chargers left?
Well, my phone will buzz with Scott, who listens to the show almost on a daily basis out there in San Diego. He will probably want to list how many ways he hates the Chargers.
See, there you go.
But what do we got here? Screw Sean Payton. That's from Will in Ann Arbor.
I get that. You don't want to root for Sean Payton, Mr. Put a bounty on people and all that.
Well, was it him or was it the defensive coordinator? I thought it was the defensive
Well, it was
coordinator.
under his
more guilty.
watch. I mean, that whole thing was going on. But
Under your watch doesn't always mean you're aware.
I suppose that's true. Doesn't always mean that, but I'll give you another reason to dislike the Broncos. Do you really want them to bounce back this quickly after having to eat that Russell Wilson contract? I mean, they should be set back for a long, long time, and they're not. They're the number one seed in the AFC.
Kang, is this enough reason to cross out Denver?
I'm going to cross off everybody. I'm that spiteful.
Okay.
I know we're going to have to pick somebody, but
Yep.
I'm not married
All
to
right,
any
we'll
team here.
cross off Denver.
That's fine.
I hate the Texans because their quarterback's from OSU. That's easy. Have you ever heard C.J. Stroud talk? Like, he's likable. Travion Henderson, likable. Emeka Ibuka, likable.
I mean, he's successful by throwing the ball to Nico Collins.
Yeah. There you go. I dislike Sean Payton because it looks like he has bad breath. Take the Broncos off the list.
He's got that look. He might have the look. Chronic halitosis.
Houston hasn't been to the Super Bowl either, guys. Let's keep it that way. That's from Patton Rockwood. I mean, okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't dislike Houston, but we will have to deal with another team getting to the Super Bowl before us.
Someone sent a ticket text that actually might make us cross off Houston. It's a great example.
Let's hear it.
He said, if Houston wins it, you will never stop hearing the calls about two edge rushers.
Houston's off the list. We already don't stop hearing the calls about two edge rushers.
If they win it, can you even imagine the calls we're going to get?
Because
Quarterback
understand
on a rookie deal.
that
you can spend the money on the edge rush.
most teams that win the Super Bowls do have a edge rusher that you have to deal with. Most of them don't have two.
Right.
If Houston does, then the calls that already come in ad nauseum will keep coming, and that's
Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson are awfully good.
so we're down to two teams, Carolina and Buffalo.
Oh, come on.
Here's an unnamed texter. Carolina was 8-9. The Lions are 9-8, but Carolina made the playoffs. Screw them.
See that? I mean, the fact that conference or that division has a team in the playoffs with a losing record
I know.
is embarrassing.
Yep.
I
Gentlemen,
can't
I
root
am
for the
rooting
Bills.
for Buffalo to win the Super Bowl. Finally, they deserve it. And I love Josh Allen. Honestly, as long as Philadelphia, Chicago, or Green Bay doesn't win it or even make it to the Super Bowl, quite frankly, I'm thrilled. That's from Marlon.
We're still going to, let's say Buffalo wins. We're still going to hear about it because people say, well, yeah, well, you didn't have to go through Kansas City or Baltimore
Or Joe Burrow.
or Joe Burrow.
So Josh Allen's been eliminated from the playoffs 6 times, 4 times by Mahomes, once by Burrow. Neither of them are in the playoffs. Like, this is, I don't know how to say it's now or never for Josh Allen, but
You could say it. I did.
okay.
But even if he does win it, which is good for him, if he does, there are going to be all the people that say that what we just said.
Yeah.
That, he didn't have to go through the gauntlet that always eliminates him.
I mean, there is a kinship with Buffalo and Detroit because of ownership. There's
Yeah.
that kind of, there's that connection. Look, we love Mike Lodish.
Oh, he's
Used to
awesome.
work with Lodes, and Lodes is a former Buffalo Bill as well as a Bronco, but went to Denver to win his Super Bowls, but competed with Buffalo.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a reason why I would like Buffalo. And there's just, I mean, I didn't think there was a strong argument against Seattle, but the whole losing record thing and they're in the playoffs, and I despise that that's a possibility.
Oh, Carolina, yeah.
Yeah, Carolina. I think
we're rooting,
flipping?
I think we're rooting for Buffalo, guys.
Are we?
I think we are.
I see, but the reason of Buffalo, I'm going back to this, looking at like the Jags or the Texans. The Texans reason I get the 2 edge rushers. We don't want to hear about that.
That's a great, whoever, it's like you,
Yeah, we can't have that.
we
the
get a lot of calls over and over, and that's one of them, and we get to a point where we don't want those calls anymore.
But the knock on the Jags is going to be because, well, that's another one of the teams that's never made a Super Bowl. If they make the Super Bowl, then that list shrinks. Does it really matter? Does it matter enough, I should say?
Do you want to be the last one?
I don't want to be the last one. Cleveland's still there.
Oh, there's a handful, but the list gets shorter.
I know the list gets shorter, but I have to accept this with Jacksonville. I mean, do you want the Carolina Panthers in there?
They're kind of harmless for me, but they also haven't been there either. That's another one.
Yes,
though.
they have.
They
Carolina's
lost,
been
yeah.
there.
They
They
lost
lost
Oh,
to
yeah.
New England.
Delhomme, yeah.
Vinatieri.
Delhomme.
Yeah.
Didn't he finish him off? All right, we got to make a decision. Who are we crossing out, Carolina or Buffalo? Do you want to vote?
I'll throw my vote in here, and you guys can decide. I'm going to root for Buffalo, cross out Carolina.
I'm going to root for Carolina. Cross out Buffalo.
All right, Gator.
Gator, it's up to you.
I'm rooting for Jacksonville. Screw you both. Comes down to those two.
Well, Jacksonville's playing Buffalo.
I understand.
So if you're rooting for Jacksonville, then we cross out Buffalo, their opponent.
That means you're rooting for Carolina, the 8-9 team.
Yep.
Okay, twist the knife a little bit. So what that means is you're rooting for Carolina, the 8-9 team.
They don't deserve it.
Is it Buffalo? We crossing out Buffalo?
Let's go Panthers.
Go Panthers, go!
a losing team to win the Super Bowl.
Well, they won't be after they win a Super Bowl.
Oh, that's what you want. I
They're
can't
going
believe
4 in
it.
a
They'll
row.
be 9-9, 10-9, 11-9.
Y'all better win a game. Go Panthers.
Let's go Bryce Young. I like Bryce Young.
How come the Falcons, the third place team in that division, at 8-9 aren't in?
The Panthers are going to lose by 30 against the Rams. I mean, that's what's going to happen.
One of the
biggest,
arguments-
home underdog like in history.
One of the
It's a
arguments.
10.5 point dog at this point.
Somebody on Twitch said we can't root for the Keebler elf down there in Carolina. I think referring to Bryce Young.
That's
who
not nice.
Yeah,
He's a nice guy.
he seems like a nice kid.
I like him in the Heisman House commercials.
Do you?
It's kind of funny.
Okay. I mean, we turned up. Baker Mayfield became way more likable from the state.
Yeah.
Was it State Farm commercials? They did. Who else from Carolina? Who else from Carolina can we get behind?
Got a rookie receiver that's good.
Tet McMillan.
Yeah.
They're 8-9, man. Chubba Hubbard.
Guy's name is Chuba.
Yeah.
Chuba.
Chuba. Are there any Michigan State ties? Dude, this is Nick Samac's team.
Said no one ever.
They got a Chippewa. Oh, they got a Bronco. Taylor Moton, Bronco, offensive tackle. Thomas Incoom, Chippewa, linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
And that might be it for local ties. Well, you know, hey,
So I guess I'm not
Carol-
watching the playoffs.
Carolina it is.
All right, go Panthers. Someone said that they're also a cat like us, so we should root for our own family.
Oh, that's good.
So it's a Jaguar.
Yep.
You guys won't have that.
We crossed out
them out, man.
We crossed out a whole bunch of teams, and we are left with Carolina.
How do you feel about it now?
I feel so good. I'm invested. I am vested, baby.
You know what? If we can't win, the worst team should win.
Right.
That's how
Just
it
make a
goes
mockery of all the playoffs.
Let's go.
Yes.
Get the whole system revamped.
It's the one team we got a better record than.
Need to expand by more teams.
Oh, good God. It's Carson Anderson. We whip around the NFL next. 97.1. The holidays may be over, but your rewards are just beginning. Make your money work harder with the UMCU Visa Platinum Cash Rewards Card. You'll earn a consistent 1.1% cash back on everything you purchase. There are no rotating categories to track, no spending limits to worry about, just unlimited earnings potential on everything from groceries to gas. Best of all, your rewards are automatically deposited into your account. It's a simple way to earn while you spend. Visit umcu.org/cashback for details. UMCU is insured by NCUA. Gator, Evan came up to me with some news today he thought you'd enjoy.
Okay.
Michigan State has the next Taysom Hill.
The kid from Ferris,
Carson Gulker.
tight end.
Well, is he? Because he threw 15 passes this year. He had 34 catches. He had 81 carries, and he had 2 punts in his career at Ferris. You got the next Taysom Hill. Should we call him Taysom Gulker? It's kind of hard to say.
I just hope he's going to help this team get back to the winning ways.
We got some Tiger news.
Yes, according to Evan Petzold and everybody else who covers the Tigers, they have made some signings to avoid arbitration. They agreed to a $5 million contract for this upcoming season for Riley Green. Zach McKinstry has agreed to a $4.2 million contract. Will Vest, $3.95. And Spencer Torkelson at $4.075.
Yeah, I mean, look, the baseball system's set up in such a way that guys who are, quote, under club control, and what is it, for 7 years, you got to put in a lot of time before you get the money cannon contracts. I mean, it's not like any of this is bad money, but relatively speaking. So what'd you say McKinstry's deal was?
It was I believe it was like $4 million. McKinstry was $4.2 million.
$4.2 million. His career earnings leading up till this year appears to have been 4.151. Started in professional baseball in 2016. So over 9 years, he made $4.1 million, went out and had that season, and scores a $4 million contract. I'm happy for Zach.
Yeah, good for all these guys to get paid, although this isn't, I mean, Riley Green at $5 million a year, Torkelson at $4 million for all these guys for this upcoming season. I mean, it's nothing. For the production.
Free agents, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, once they hit free agency, which isn't for a couple of years, I think it's after 27 or after 28. That's when they're going to get paid big time. At least I think one of them will get paid big time, maybe both of them.
So speaking of the Tigers, Joel Sherman was from the New York Post Baseball Insider, was recently on MLB Network. He called Tarik Skubal the most interesting man in baseball, and then added this about what he thinks is going to happen with Skubal. So this scenario is either the best case scenario or the worst case scenario. The best case scenario is they win the World Series with Tarik Skubal. And their most likely chance to win the World Series was probably hanging on to Tarik Skubal.
Mm-hmm.
If they were to let him go, if they were to have traded him, it would have been for most likely somebody major league ready, but that wasn't going to help the big league club as much as Skubal. Maybe even two guys that might not help the big league club as much as Skubal. Plus stuff in the farm system for the future, which is part of the sell. And part of the reason a team would give up a player for Skubal is to not cut too deep into their major league roster, because they're trying to win with Skubal in the final year of his contract. And then the only other thing that could strengthen the resume if they traded Skubal was to take money that they had earmarked for Skubal and go be a major player in free agency. Now that we've gotten this deep into free agency and there isn't quite as much the pool of players has dwindled, although there's still guys out there that could help the Tigers. If they suddenly get on Bregman again, or if Bregman circles back to them, or Bichette or whatever, well, then, that could change. But as it stands right now, they're either going to try and win it all with Skubal, which is attractive. I'm okay with that. Or they're going to lose him for nothing. I mean, they could trade him at the trade deadline.
Well, I mean, they could trade him. They could still trade him in the offseason here. I mean,
they still could, but what Sherman just predicted is,
I mean, Sherman's making it, and I'll follow his logic. I think it's logical to say that and to glean that, because of the moves that they've made have been to just kind of keep this team, fortify it with some bullpen arms, which they clearly needed to get some upgraded arms in the bullpen. And, they weren't that far away from making it to the World Series last year. But, I mean, you've got this giant chip in the game, and it feels like the only way you're cashing it is if you win it all this year. If you don't win it all, if you're not the team in the end, then what do you have? You've got a wasted chip, because it doesn't seem like there'd be any way that you could sign him unless, he's overcome by emotion with staying with his team and willing to take slightly less to stay with the Tigers than to, say, go to New York or wherever else. I don't see that happening. I don't think that there's any kind of home down discount. I think that his agent has his mind set on a $400 million contract, and it feels like that number is inflated by the day. But every day that Kyle Tucker doesn't sign a $400 million contract, which is another guy he wants to get $400 million,
Yep.
it makes you feel like, okay, maybe things aren't going to be as crazy as they're perceived to be. I mean, it was this time last year that Bregman wanted $30 million a year on a long-term deal, and he didn't get it. Mm-hmm. He got a short-term deal that paid him more money per year, but he's out of that deal already. So the agents don't always get what they want. So this is one to keep watching. Maybe somebody comes up with a crazy offer for the Tigers, a Godfather offer. They can't refuse it, and they go ahead and do it. I doubt that's the case. I think the likely scenario is what he painted there, is that they'll hang on to him for the whole season because they'll be the best team in the division, and they'll have a chance at doing something in the playoffs.
So, Gator, coming up today at 4 o'clock, Brad Holmes will speak. Show after us will carry it live. I am a admitted Brad bot. However, I also said at the time when it happened, when he held one of these news conferences and started pulling out receipts for all the criticism of himself, right after that, I was like, "Ooh, you don't need to do that." I didn't like that.
Yeah.
I didn't like it in the moment, and I don't expect it'll happen today because he's not as haughty, I would imagine.
No, my brother called during the commercial break right after we talked about that with Brad Holmes and about Brad Holmes, and he said, "I want Brad Holmes to get up there with his whole receipt speech and then walk it back and say, okay, I was wrong."
You want him to do that today?
My brother said that's what he wanted.
So you were talking about earlier today. He called you and said,
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like just about everything a man does, honestly, but I expect he's going to make mistakes. I thought that was, let your work speak for itself,
Yep.
Anyway, here's Mike Stone. Hi, Mike.
How are you?
Good. Mike is
and
in
Mike.
for Rico.
Yes.
Mike and Mike.
Yes, we will be carrying Brad Holmes live at 4. And you know what I'd really like to see him do, which he wouldn't, to come wearing a shirt instead of saying villain, saying no playoffs or something like that. Like something like a little,
Like
humanity.
funny?
Yeah.
Humility?
Yeah, humility. That's a good word. That would be really nice. Because look, all in all, he's done a really good job. But he's made some mistakes, and, he's going to be asked about a lot of those mistakes today, I think.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to hear what he has to say. So how you been, buddy?
I've been pretty good.
Yeah?
I've been pretty good. Yeah.
Any good Stony stories? There's always good Stony stories. There's always something.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if we're going to talk about it, but I lost my wedding ring.
Did you?
I have no idea where. Watching the Lions game on Sunday in a chair, and I play with my ring a little bit. I said, wait, where is it?
You went to play with the ring and it was gone.
It was gone.
So you don't have any clue.
No, I went to like a gym where, I went to all these places. I have a feeling it was like maybe in the backyard while I was taking the dog out and picking up poop, taking off my glove maybe with the poop bag.
Oh,
maybe.
hopefully it's not in the glove and didn't get thrown away with the glove.
Yeah, I don't know.
right.
But my wife doesn't care that much. So
Oh, well, that's good. Yeah.
yes.
Have a great show. Thanks for listening. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Bring it on. It's 2 o'clock. The Red Wings will face one of the worst teams in the NHL tonight, the Vancouver Canucks. John Gibson will make the starting goal. You can hear that 7 p.m. puck drop right here on 97.1. Alex DeBrincat talked about the team's starts at Morning Skate. Today is arbitration day across Major League Baseball. The Tigers entered with 8 players eligible. So far, they've avoided it with reliever Will Vest, outfielder Riley Green, utility player Zach McKinstry, and first baseman Spencer Torkelson, according to Evan Petzel of the Free Press. Ace Tarek Skubal expected to break the arbitration record for a pitcher. Lions GM Brad Holmes expected to speak today at 4 o'clock. You can hear it live right here on 97.1. The Dolphins fired head coach Mike McDaniel today after 4 seasons. The Buccaneers also parting way with their offensive coordinator. Washington QB Damon Williams needs a new agent. Douglas Henderson, his prior representation, tweeted today that he's decided to end the relationship due to philosophical differences. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, it's Thursday. It's the day we've all been waiting for. Holmes speaketh. But to my left, that's Mike Stone. Very exciting.
How are you?
Why are you in a Canucks jersey when they're playing the Canucks tonight?
I don't know, because I love the old school Canucks jersey. I know
right.
you like stuff like this, and I
do.
figured today would be the perfect spot
It's fascinating.
to wear a jersey of a team that's never won the Stanley Cup.
People, I have to tell you, not only does Mike Stone have a really good topic to start today in our walk up to the Brad Holmes press conference, I want to also tell you he's having one of the great hair days of his life. In fact, we accused him of wearing, it was either a perm or a wig.
Not even close.
It was perfectly coiffed.
Yeah. It's beautiful.
I think your idea is fabulous. It's an idea that I didn't think of when I heard the news, but I want you to present this.
Okay.
Because I want someone, anyone in this town, to poke a single hole in it. I don't think they can.
No. And I've thought about this for a while when it was possible. And today, I didn't expect it to happen, actually, because I thought he was safe. No, that. Yes, I don't know if he has them or not, but
Oh,
anyway,
dear.
all
Okay,
right.
all right.
But as most of you probably know, the Miami Dolphins have decided to say goodbye to Mike McDaniel, their head coach, who did a decent job. Wasn't great. 36. Actually, he was 500 coaching record, 35-35. Here's my point. Mike McDaniel is a pretty damn good offensive mind. Might not be the greatest head coach in the world, but his background before he became a head coach, offensive assistant in Houston and Washington, wide receivers coach in Cleveland, offensive assistant in Atlanta, run game coordinator in San Francisco, offensive coordinator in San Francisco, and then head coach of the Miami Dolphins.
He's been tied at the hip with Kyle Shanahan for over a decade.
Correct.
Best
And,
way you can
and he
say it.
learned from his father, Kyle's father, Mike Shanahan, when he was an intern for the Denver Broncos. And he's a smart guy. Hell, he went to Yale. However, the Detroit Lions, they need an offensive coordinator. And while David Blau does intrigue me a little bit, believe it or not, if the Detroit Lions do not even speak to Mike McDaniel, that is organizational malfeasance. I'm not saying they have to hire him or that he'd even want to come here. Maybe he'd want to take he's kind of a weird dude. Maybe he wants to take a year off and, check the landscape, go surfing, do something, and then come back next year. I don't know. But maybe somebody can ask Brad Holmes today at 4 o'clock. I know it's Dan Campbell's, job to pick the OC. You have to talk to this guy. He is a brilliant offensive mind. Oh, well, Tua didn't really develop. Well, Tua got too many freaking concussions. Mike McDaniel is a really good offensive coach. This team needs an offensive coordinator. It's a marriage made in blissfulness. That's what I say.
I can't poke a hole in that. All I can tell you is I don't have any faith they'll do it because I don't think the Lions are big time enough to do it. I think they like to be in this cute little insular, we do it our way thing. We fall in love with our own people. We promote from within. They're not big time. They're not killers. They have not shown to be killers. Now, if this was WIP in Philadelphia and the Eagles needed an OC, you could say Mike McDaniel in a heartbeat.
Yes.
And you could have a belief that Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie would go out and do it
Damn right.
because they're killers.
Yes.
I don't think the Lions are killers.
No,
and I want to be wrong. Hope I'm wrong.
Yes.
I hope we're sitting here and we're looking at his gradient sunglasses in 2 weeks on the podium here at Rotunda Drive.
Right. Now,
I have no belief in it.
Now, me neither, but at least, we always like to use the expression, and you do all the time, make the call.
Yes.
I want to read that the Lions are interested in Mike McDaniel, or at least Mike McDaniel was here for an interview, or at least they talked to him.
And think about it. You have everything Mike McDaniel needs or wants. You have a pair of receivers, just like he had in Miami with Tyreek and with Jalen Waddle.
Right.
You have a pair of running backs, just like he has had with the Mosterts and the A-Chains, etc. You have an elite tight end, something they thought they were going to get with a Jonnu Smith.
Correct.
Didn't work. Fine. You have a really good offensive line. Presumably, you're going to invest to get it back to that.
Right.
You play indoors. You play on the fast track. To me, there's not a single critique I could offer.
No.
All I am saying is I have no belief that Sheila, Brad, or Dan will do it. That's not a critique of your idea.
No, I know.
That is simply a statement of the situation.
Do you think at least they will investigate and at least talk to him?
No, I do not.
That is sad. That's organizational malfeasance if that's the case.
Because if you do it, here's the thing. If you do it, you are making a statement. We are in it to win the Super Bowl. Everything else is failure. And I don't think they're comfortable with that.
No,
I think they like having a season ticket waiting list. I think they like being popular. They like not going last in gym class.
Well,
And they have shown no willingness to put their ass in the jackpot. You hire Mike McDaniel, I got news for you. He'll be the highest paid offensive coordinator in football.
probably. Now, you can do both. You can still have a waiting list for season tickets and do all the things that you mentioned and still have somewhat of a killer instinct.
But again, look at how they handled their hirings.
I know.
Look at what they did last year. An essential promote from within for a D-minus OC who had never finished a year as an OC in John Morton, and promote from within on the defensive side. Yes. Now, seemingly, they're going to continue with Kelvin Shepard, and the first names that are trickling out are people like David Blau. I'm sorry. They got to show me. Hope I'm wrong. Want to be wrong. I think it's a brilliant idea by you.
Thank you.
I think it's fantastic, and I think it would be a statement piece.
Yeah,
That, you know what? Last year was an effing joke, and we're not going to tolerate it. And you know
Correct.
what? Here's what I view Mike McDaniel as, too, guys. A reinvestment, a reinvestment in Jared Goff.
Absolutely. Now, Tua was more mobile than Jared Goff, but I don't care. I think Mike McDaniel, his brain, the plays he comes up with, I mean, he was, granted, yes, Kyle Shanahan basically ran the show, but he is under that. You talk about trees, we've always talked about the Peyton tree.
He was also the
that
run game
Campbell has.
coordinator for the Niners, who at the time
Yes.
had the best running game in football.
Yes. He's not this.
I want someone to argue it. Because to me, why is a team that's serious about winning a Super Bowl going to promote from within or make some C-list hire? Then I'm with you. If Mike McDaniel wants to take a year off, if Mike McDaniel gets another job, I can't do anything about that. No problem.
Just talk to him.
But show me the Schefter report that they had a meeting at a bistro and offered him the OC job.
Exactly.
And he got weird, flipped the table, and walked out.
Yeah.
Fine.
Look, I don't think they probably counted on this. I think when John Harbaugh got fired, all of a sudden, whoa, Miami said, hey, Stephen Ross had a nice little meeting with Jim Harbaugh allegedly before, so why not go get his brother? So
Well,
I
the
think,
new
I think
GM
that's
they
going to
might be
happen.
looking at has a relationship to John Harbaugh.
Right, Alexander, I think is his last
Something
name.
along those lines.
Yeah.
But let me throw the number up. 248-539-9797. And spare me this, because this is always what happens with the nerd portion of the fan base. Oh, that's just sports radio. No, it's not. No, it's not. You're just conditioned to act like losers. Act like a winner. You have infinite resources. You have an incredible talent base.
Yeah, you have a really good football team with a good core.
You bring them in. Oh my God, but what if he leaves for a coaching job? I don't care.
Good. That means he did a really good job. Right?
I don't see a negative to it at all. I don't. And you know
No.
what? Dan Campbell wouldn't have to worry about a damn thing on the offensive side of the ball.
No.
He goes back to being the CEO.
Look, is he a weird dude? Yeah. Did he drive by Buffalo fans and like basically taunt them after he beat?
Yeah,
I don't
know.
care.
I have bad news for people. All these coaches are weird.
Yeah.
They're all weirdos. Like, you have to be geared a little bit different to coach.
Yeah.
You just have to be a bit of a weirdo. So, look, I don't care if he'd be here for 1 year. I don't live in fear of it. I think the guy is as sharp as it gets offensively. I don't think he's a good face of a franchise.
No.
I don't think he's a great coordinator. I mean, a great head
coach.
coach, CEO. I think an OC for him, rehabilitate his image, have Goff throw for 5,000 yards next year.
Right.
Have the Lions be the number one offense in the league and reclaim what you were. Yeah, that's what I want. And what have I said now for the last week? Who they hire is less important than where they get them from. Mike McDaniel has no ties here. I want outside opinions. I want outside ideas.
And it would show if they hired him that
they're serious.
They're serious, and they would have been in competition with other teams. Because I don't know, up the road in Florida, they just fired their OC, right? You don't think Mike McDaniel and Baker Mayfield could mesh?
Sure.
They-
And by the way, Baker will continue his streak of not having the same OC in back-to-back seasons. Yeah. Nice job. Tampa's such
Go
a
get
fun
him.
organization.
Go get him.
Can anyone argue with Stoney? Are you excited about the idea? Because, again, I do. I think it's time for the Lions to start acting like a big boy. No more insular stuff. No more we love our guys. No more promote from within. Just come on. Let's get after it. Mike McDaniel would be an incredible hire. I think it's a great idea by you. And the fact is, the Dolphins let him go. Mm-hmm. Why wouldn't he be your first call? Let him say no.
Yes.
Let him say, I don't want to live there. Let him say, I don't want Jared Goff. But make the call. 248-539-9797. If anyone can argue with Mike Stone, I'd love to hear it. And then we'll get into the Brad Holmes stuff and what question would you ask and what do you want to hear from your GM. We can also take those calls too. But Mike McDaniel being unemployed today, the fact that you need an OC, yeah, 100%. You can take David Blau, roll that up nice and tight, and launch it into space. 97.1. People, I just want to say this one more time. Kenny, Stoney turned his head and was watching TV. The side profile of this guy's hair today, I told him, you should take Mrs. Stone out for a date tonight. His hair is on point. I don't know. Maybe he gussied it up for afternoon drive today. Huh?
I don't know. Kenny, is it Thursday? Does Mike have like man crushes on Rico every Thursday? Because I feel like he's got a man crush on me right now.
No, because Rico's usually wearing a cartoon hat and like a Bugs Bunny shirt. Your hair looks regal. It looks like you're ready to go out to like, a nice steak dinner tonight.
Is he a relative
And you had
of
a great
Iron
show
Eagle?
topic to open.
Wow.
This Mike McDaniel thing, it hits like crack.
It's
yes.
It's so easy.
But do you take offense to what I said, though?
no.
I'm not trying to be offensive.
No.
I don't think the Lions are big time enough to do it. I don't think they think that way. No one in this town does.
I understand that. Nobody in this town has really since Mike Ilitch, if you think about it.
What are the early returns on the ticket text, Kenneth Cott?
The texts, Mike, says,
The text communications.
The communication system says, I wanted McDaniel since October when the Dolphins looked shaky. His brain and Goff's mind together could be deadly.
Yes.
I think McDaniel will get a head coaching job. He will not be the OC for Detroit.
I'm not sure about
Okay,
that.
that's fine.
And that's fine if it happens, but make the call.
Can we agree to keep him away from the media podium? If that's the case, you've convinced me.
Yes,
that Sean
because your
Sinclair-
coordinators don't talk.
Well, once a week.
Well, yeah, but they
Right.
don't have to say anything.
Correct.
It can be brief. You're not the head coach. You're not even on camera for half these damn things.
This one I'm interested in your response to. Do you think he's a little bit too lackadaisical to basically mesh with Dan Campbell?
Lackadaisical? That's not a. No.
No, I think he'd be a nice change of pace here.
Yeah.
And considering Ben Johnson was the ultimate red ass and John Morton was an empty husk, you know what? This guy will inject a little life. Yeah, he's quirky. He's a little different.
Yes.
He's brilliant.
Exactly.
This one said basically what you just said. He's a weird bleeping dude, but I'd love to see him here. That's from Brent in Royal Oak.
To the people, we go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Yeah. So before I get to the McDaniels part, Stoney, is it the V sweater you're wearing or the black one with the Canucks symbol on it?
Neither. The old one when they first entered the league, the white with the blue and the hockey stick in the middle. You know which one I'm talking about?
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, they brought those ones back. Yeah, I got an old black Trevor Linden one, favorite player as a kid, so I was just kind of curious.
Okay.
Oh, my. All right.
Wow, good drop. All right. Guess I walked into that one.
Yeah.
All right, so I've been wanting McDaniel since, like the texter said, when they were looking shaky early in the season. I thought he was going to get fired. Then we got the Black Monday. Don't do another drop, please.
No, sir.
And he did not get fired. I was kind of worried, like, well, maybe we should just make a run at Stefanski for OC. But now that this has happened, this is who I want. He's always what I wanted. Like you said, change of pace. Yeah, he's weird, whatever. He's not going to have to be the main guy talking. But as a head coach, it looked like he was over his head. And that's not what we need him to do. We don't need him to be the head coach. We just need him to run the offense, which is what is his specialty. And for the people that may not know a whole lot about him other than like what he looks like and how he's weird and kind of strange, you need to kind of just Google search the McDaniel coaching tree and it'll show where he came from and everyone. And I'm not going to bore anyone, but just look at the image of it and every name other than maybe 3 or 4 people. Basic fans will know those names.
Right.
They're
You got the Shanahans, you got McVay, you got a lot of stuff there.
Yeah, you do. You got, I mean, not going to say Anthony Lynn, but where it starts, you got the Kubiaks, you got all those guys,
Yeah.
Shane Steichen, all of them. Even LaFleur that we hate here. in
So
Detroit.
let me ask you this question, Chris. So when I made the comment I made, and it's not to be provocative or hurt anybody's feelings. Like when I say I don't think the Lions act big time enough for this hire, do you agree with that?
I think you're absolutely right. You know why? Because it's not Detroit versus everybody like they say. Unfortunately, it's Detroit versus championships. So let's go, guys. Go get them.
Go do it. Break the mold. I mean, and think about it. Look, maybe I'm being unfair because that's what I think about all of our teams. I think they're all very small time. And they like winning, but will they die to win it all?
Right.
And will they make the moves that are risky? Will they reach for greatness? Well, we have absolutely 100% zero evidence of that with any of the 4 teams.
No, they like the fact that we are the city of the good, which is better than what we used to be.
God, where's that on a sweatshirt?
But we are. We're the city of the good. All our teams are good. They are. They're good. But none of them are great.
No, and they're not doing things to be great. Like, I still can't believe we're sitting here and Bo Bichette is out there. Pay him whatever you want. You're not going to pay Scooble? Hand Bichette the money. Yeah. Let's go win.
Hey.
But, like, nope. Hey, did we get in on Hughes earlier? I can't give up Evanson. Okay. Pistons, you're already getting reports. No, don't expect anything big. They're going to get better in the margins. And in the Lions, the first name that's getting put out there for OC, David Blau. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, and I know you come from a different place. I come from a different place.
I know, we're different.
The time is now.
Yes.
I think the Lions are a very good football team. They need a little bit of energy. I would love to bring in this level of offensive mind.
Correct. And I'm sure there's others out there who would be very good as well. Yeah, like the previous caller mentioned Stefanski. Stefanski's going to be a head coach. I mean, whether it's going to be with your team, the Giants, or somebody else,
sure,
he's going to be a head coach.
And again, if McDaniel gets those interviews and doesn't want the job, I would still salute the team for trying.
Right. That's all we've ever asked, in a lot of this stuff. By the way, suppose, hypothetically, that the Giants would hire McDaniel as their head coach. Would
Can't
you want
do
that?
it. No, not in New York. Okay. If you can't handle Miami, you know what's going to happen to him?
I know.
Miami's got 6 microphones.
Yeah.
New York's got 60.
I know.
That weirdness, he'd be gone by the time the leaves turn. Go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, what's good?
Well, I agree with everything you guys are saying about McDaniels. That's just too good to be true. But you guys, I want to tell you, you're fairly new in this area. Ticket took over 95.3, and you guys are the best show of the day. All day you just hear them kissing the Jared Goff's butt, and you guys just say how it is. But
Mark, appreciate you, buddy.
They were talking about Brad coming out with a shirt earlier. I think instead of him saying we got who we need a shirt that says I'm going to get who we need.
Yes.
And I agree with the whole McDaniels thing. I mean, look at all the names out there right now, and the only interview you hear is David Blau. Come on.
No, and Mark, look, that's the thing. The Holmes presser is a separate discussion of what we want to hear and need to hear. I tell you the one thing nobody needs. Don't be playing dress up no more. Don't you dare do a receipts thing. And if he plays the injury card, my head will explode. How about own it? There's an idea. I didn't do my effing job. I wasn't good enough. I didn't give Dan enough of what he needed.
Dan gave himself an F. Will Brad give give him?
Yeah, do that for
me. Yeah, exactly. And all you want to keep hearing about is Ragnow. Well, we were 4-1 without Ragnow, so how can that be an excuse?
Yeah, and it's not an excuse because if doorknobs like us knew Frank was thinking about retiring 2 years ago, then where were you? You had every opportunity to future-proof it. You know what Howie Roseman did in Philly? He went out and drafted Cam Jurgens.
Exactly, guys. Keep it up. I love listening to you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mark. But that and again, people will go, well, you're being too hard. How?
No.
I'm not the one who drafted a left tackle who's dark man. I'm not the one who used a third-round pick and a backup quarterback. I'm not the one who drafted a guy who was a 7th-round pick and a 3rd round of Broderick Martin. I didn't give up 3 third-round picks to take a wide receiver who then would be 4th or 5th in the target share. I didn't do those things.
No.
Do your job. Go to Bernard, 97.1. Bernard, what's the word?
Can I vent?
That is you.
All right. This stuff been going on for decades, man. And we passed over Sapp. We passed over any quality player that can make our team better. And when it comes to think about this for a minute. They got McDaniels and turn around and get Jim Schwartz as a defensive coordinator. Team. Now you're talking Super Bowl level stuff.
Sure.
And they're going to hire from within because Dan wants to be the loudest voice in the room. Dan wants to be the man. He don't want any interference. And he's not going to bring in anybody that has a name that's higher than his. And that's just the way I feel from seeing how they operate. He wants to be the guy, and he's not going to hire anybody that can assert his authority in any way.
But that's never going to happen.
No,
I mean, Bernard, if Mike McDaniel comes here, make no mistake about it, he works for Dan Campbell. The point we're making is he's an infinitely qualified and highly motivated guy who's going to want to go and get a head coaching spot. And by the way, let's remember this. if and when your coordinators get hired, you do have the NFL program where minority candidates you get draft pick compensation
Yeah,
for.
but then you trade them away.
I can't change that, Michael. Let's stay focused. I'm making a point.
Yes.
You know, go look at San Francisco. San Francisco has kind of worked the system a little bit in having
D'Amico Ryan,
a number of minority candidates in prime positions, and they're flipping them into draft picks.
right?
So you would have 2 minority candidates.
Correct.
Like it just Bernard, it checks every box. No coordinator. If Ben Johnson didn't go over the top of Dan Campbell, and Ben Johnson is a red ass, hyper competitive, and was the number 1 coaching candidate in all of football for basically 2 years.
Correct.
From a coordinator level.
And we should be thankful that Ben Johnson even gave us 1 extra year, really, if you think about it.
No, I have an idea. Rip the guy and then have such a raging boner to beat him that you celebrate that more than making the playoffs. Keep your dance moves, fellas. You're on vacation. He's in the big dance. All this nonsense. It's like, we're going to mock the Bears with dance moves. That's great. They're in the playoffs. This team's got a weird obsession with Ben Johnson. They should kiss his ass. He made him how much money?
A lot of money.
How much money did he make Jared Goff?
A lot.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, whoa, he throws a ball you can catch. 248-539-9797. We will get to your calls. We have a football today to get to that's very special. Kenny got in the lab today.
Ooh.
And we want to know what question you would ask today if you were at the Brad Holmes press conference and the microphone was put in front of your face. We're going to have some fun. We will carry it live at 4. See how long I can go wanting to punch something. 97.1. All right, we'll get to the people in a second. I want to get a few ticket texters. And yes, you can call in if you want to get in line for this Brad Holmes press conference. Rieger's down there. We'll carry it live. We're going to move some scheduling around so we can get an extended block. And let's hear what he has to say. And if you disagree with this, call in. I think it's very important what he says today. You know, I know it's actions over words, but I think Brad's done a pretty bad job with his words. I think he's communicated the wrong message with his words. One of arrogance and delusion and gotcha. Well, you know what? Change the pace today. How about some accountability? How about some atonement? And how about forecasting a standard? We didn't live up. There's a standard here. The standard is a Super Bowl. It's not good enough. I got to be better. Show me.
Right. His predecessor won a Super Bowl and is already not his where he used to work won a Super Bowl and he could win another one.
Kenny, Tex.
Change is good. Try something new for once. It's time. That's from Johnny from Rochester. He's a top candidate for head coach position. Why would he entertain the thought of an offensive coordinator position, at least right now?
Because he's not the top he's not the top candidate. He's not John Harbaugh. He's not Kevin Stefanski. And he's not everybody's cup of tea to run their $8, $9, $10 billion company. He might need a year of rehabilitation.
Like, I don't see him. I could be completely wrong. Watch, he'll get the job. I don't see him in Arizona, him in the Bidwell family.
No, he might get a job, but all we're talking about is make the
call. Right.
That's
Exactly.
it.
Yes. That's what I said.
I love how fans always want to find a reason for something not to happen in this town.
Right.
Anything to let the teams off the hook.
This is a name that's come up where people are very divided on. David Blau. This text says, I'm afraid we're going to end up with a former line and a retread like Blau.
Sure, because
and then there's people calling for Blau, saying we should go after
Why?
Blau.
Why?
I don't know.
Why do they want to go after him? Because he was
they
your
know
third
his
string
name.
quarterback?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not interested. How about pedigree? How about performance? How
He
about a
said,
resume?
Well, he had 2 years with Washington, I believe.
As an assistant quarterback coach.
Right.
Come on.
He's not ready for a coordinator job.
How about
right?
this? How about you should have to earn the right, the privilege to coach the Detroit Lions offense with the players they have?
How about this?
Have a resume.
Blau supposedly has an amazing relationship with Goff. How about this? Show some balls, get rid of Brunell, have Blau as your quarterback coach maybe.
How about I'm done catering to Jared Goff? How about here's the deal. I call the plays and you execute them. Oh, his hands are all over the offense last year. Is that why you basically averaged 20 points a game against anybody with a pulse? Oh, great. You lit up the homeless teams for 40 a game. Go look. Not making it up.
Also, a last one on a more positive note. Watching on stream right now, Stoney's hair is elite.
It's angelic. It's unbelievable. Look, just own it. You should call your wife during a break. Go to dinner tonight. You deserve it.
We might be going to dinner tonight.
How about that? I knew it. You know, what if he's wearing a suit underneath that Canucks jersey?
No.
Come on.
It's
You're like
gonna be
Leslie,
no place fancy.
Leslie Nielsen in Naked Gun. You got a Velcro suit on?
That would be awesome.
Come on.
That would be great.
It's a great. That's disrespectful.
That would be good.
That is I'm not doing that.
That would be good news.
My God.
Yeah.
We'll go to Luke, 97.1. Luke, what's good?
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good, buddy.
Hey, so I'm all in on Mike McDaniel. He was the first person I could think of when I started going through potential coaching hires, and I was super disappointed, like that first caller, that he wasn't let go on Monday. But I think Goff and Tua are similar. They very accurate quarterbacks, timing-wise, and I just felt like the offense lacked a lot of the creativity this year as opposed to years past with Ben Johnson, lack of motion with receivers and lack of creativity in the run game. And I think Mike McDaniel would solve a lot of that.
He does. He checks every box. I love your point about Tua and Goff and that when Tua's right, he's one of the best anticipatory throwers in the league.
He throws the spots.
Same thing here with Goff. He throws his guys open. It's why you lead the league in yak.
Right, and you made a great point with comparing their receivers. I mean, yeah, J-Mo's not Tyreek Hill, but he's pretty close in that type of.
Yes.
And Waddle and,
that's the whole thing, Luke, is if he's not going to be a head coach, there's no better spot. There's no better place for him to parachute into to elevate his own resume and maybe have a pick of jobs next year than here.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, with the talent that we have, I don't think that there are a lot of other teams that are comparable. And
no,
yeah, he was the first person I could think of.
No, it's a great job by Mike and Luke. It's something that makes so much sense. It'll never happen because our teams do not want to act big time. They just don't want to do it, and it's a shame because I think the Lions have a crossroads offseason here. And if you get it right, you can kick that Super Bowl window right back open. But if you get it wrong, well, ...
This is a crucial, not just offseason, this is a crucial season. Because if they have a season like this, another season of not making the playoffs, if they bring him back, which I'm knowing they will, that seat for 2027 for Dan Campbell is on fire.
From the fans, yes.
Yeah.
I don't think from the organization.
Well, that's true.
No, I'm
I know.
saying.
Yeah, I know. I know. You're right. Probably.
Let's go to Jeremy, 97.1. Jeremy, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you guys?
Good.
All right. I wanted to say that they have to make the call because if we have Mike McDaniel, we'll have an elite offensive coordinator. We might have one of the best in the league. And what that does is it takes the pressure off Calvin Shepard because we're going to keep him. And if we have an elite offense, which I think we were under McDaniel, the pressure, we can win games with our offense. We've already done it before. We've never had defense under Dan Campbell, but we've proven that we don't need a great defense if we have a great offense, and that's what Mike McDaniel is going to allow us to do.
Mike McDaniel will be perfect. That's why I said it.
Well, it's also, too, is look at the offensive minds in this division. You know, I know it's not a popular thing to, look at other teams because we're so insular here. We already know that Ben Johnson is one of the top 5 offensive minds in the game. Kevin O'Connell is referred to as that as well. And Matt LaFleur, while we make jokes about his overly manicured facial hair, Matt LaFleur is a really good offensive head coach. This is not a division to tread lightly in. This is not a division to kind of go small time. You know, I'm sorry, but Dan shouldn't be calling plays. He needs to be the CEO, and let's fight fire with fire. Let's bring in a legit OC.
I agree. And the other point is I hope they're just blowing smoke and mirrors or something with this Blau thing. Because when I saw that was the first name leaked, I about vomited. Because if he does this weird thing where he hires someone who's an assistant QB coach, never called plays before, to be his offensive coordinator, and he has to do a midseason firing again, then it's really going to look like Dan Campbell kind of doesn't know what he's doing with his hiring, and then his seat will be really
there's
high.
also kind of a rule here. I'll let you fire an OC. I'm not going to let you fire 2 of them. Dan's already fired 2. So at that point, it would call into question his aptitude for hiring people. It would be unheard of for a head coach to fire 3 OCs in a 5-year span.
Yes.
Not leaving, firing. He did it to Anthony Lynn. He did it this year to John Morton. And then, you bring in a nobody, and by week 9 next year, you're going to do it again? No, it doesn't happen.
Right. You know, you would criticize him for who he hired, but you'd have to at least say, you know what, he sees a mistake and gets rid of the mistake.
Yeah,
so
okay.
That's good.
But
that's
I mean,
good.
at some point, let's avoid
Right.
the pothole.
Right. I get it. Yeah.
Let's go over to Greg, 97.1. Greg, how you doing?
Oh, man, I'm doing great, man. Just love you guys.
Thanks,
Tony,
man.
I'm still upset at you for not making a Christmas party, but moving right along.
Hold on, what happened here?
Guys, he didn't make the Christmas party.
For when?
Well, never mind. Moving forward.
Okay.
Guys, why are we talking about these premier OCs when we don't have an offensive line? If we had the offensive line, then John Morton could have been the coach. He had a hiccup when we played Minnesota, the game of 1,000 paper cuts. Were we just not gonna win that game? You had a motivated
Brian Flores.
J.J. McCarthy that's coming home, and he was motivated. I don't think that they took Minnesota in account, and it was a game of 1,000 paper cuts. J.J. ended that game with a throw that I don't see veterans throw. And the next game, we blew them out, but you took the reins from Johnny Morton because of the Minnesota game. But the next week, we blew the team out, but you had took the reins from John Morton. But still, the bottom line is the offensive line is not fixed, and you want to bring somebody in that's prominent.
Okay, Greg, let me ask you a question. Who do you think should be the offensive coordinator?
Well, I think that you were premature with letting John Morton go.
Oh, come on,
I think you were premature in that move. Because here's the thing. Okay, listen to me. Because here's the thing. When the next season comes up, whoever you got is going to look like he's all that because of the teams that we're playing. Because the teams we're going to play, so it look like we got everything back on the rails and everything is forgiven because of the teams that we have lined up to play. We're going to get lulled to sleep, but when it's time to play the big boys and play the real games, it's going to be still the same problem. If
No, you know
I can't
what?
do it anymore.
You know,
I
look,
tried.
If John
Did the best I could.
John Morton was so great, let's
That's
see
one.
him be the OC somewhere else.
That's one.
It's not me for once.
Nope.
All right.
Hyundai, that's one. And this isn't baseball. That's one. The blood is on your hands, Hyundai. That's one. My God. 248-539-9797. Let's collect ourselves, shall we? He throws a ball you can catch. David Femininio. Every lawyer says the same damn thing. Experience, verdicts. These commercials are out there. You know, they're dressed up as John Rambo. Look, how about we keep it real for a second? David Femininio, you call, he answers. There's a good step. He represents you, not his fourth cousin who just passed the bar. This is a real deal, and it's personal for him. You get in an accident, you know who to call. 855-65-CRASH, or go online anytime. GetDavidGetPaid.com. That's GetDavidGetPaid.com. We're right back to your phone calls, but first it's music time.
Oh, college football, huh?
This used to be a fun sport, guys. We remember the fun days. Maybe not. So I made a power rank. I have the top 7 things that have ruined college football. I've crafted this
only
myself.
7 in a power rank.
Yeah, well, it is 7, and I want discussion from you guys.
All right,
'cause
you
are
got it.
professionals.
I'm down. Oh, by the way, Damon Williams' agent has fired Damon Williams. If you listen to yesterday's show.
That can be an honorable mention at 8. That's fine.
Okay.
Totally fine with it. Whoa.
Because their agent is this. His agent's the same as his head coach.
So of the least important of all of these things, I have competitive imbalance, rich programs, hoarding talent. That is number 7. Not that important. That's why it's at the bottom.
Yeah, it should be because that's the way it's always been.
I think what turns people off is, look, why Bama and Georgia or Ohio State or Michigan were able to hoard talent in the old days was based on pedigree, history, coaching quality, putting players in the league, chasing championships.
And SEC bags.
Yeah, well, hold on. Those bags are very minor, and if you don't think the schools up here were doing it, get out of here.
But not as much as the SEC.
But the point I'm making is now it just depends on, do you have a moron billionaire who likes lighting their money on fire or not? If you do not, you're effed. So I think Kenny's point stands.
Right.
And it's the least important one.
Yeah, and the second one, kind of leading into that, is widening the resource gap. There's power 2, and then there's everybody else.
Yes, that's what kills the sport. Styles make fights for me. I love all the different conferences. I love the geographically relevant rivalries. I loved, hey, I know this isn't the Big Ten, but this team from the American or the Big East, they're really good.
Yeah.
You can't do it anymore.
No.
Because now
It's
the salaries,
homogenized.
you got $25 million going out over here and $25 going over here.
Right. And like conferences like the Big 12, granted, Texas Tech was really good, but that's only because of the money.
And the next one here is too many teams, too few real contenders. Because we talked about this, I think last week. You said that you'd only pick 3 teams in the playoff to actually be national title contenders.
Yeah,
that's a problem.
Stoney, you want to take lead? Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think it's a problem because we like a lot of us love the good old days of the old world order, as Wojo used to say, where you only had 3 or 4 teams that you could sit there and say, oh, well, they're going to make the national championship. I don't mind the fact.
The reason I have this at 5 is because, Stoney, you're right. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I'm just saying in a expanded playoff era, there should be enough teams to fill an expanded playoff.
All basically Kenny's saying is it's empty calories.
Yeah.
Look at the teams they let into this thing.
To
Really?
a certain extent, yes.
Next one, transfer.
Wait a minute. Can I make a guess?
Go ahead.
The next thing that wrecked college football, the TV networks running the sport.
That you're spoiling it, Mike. It's getting up there.
My bad.
You're getting up there.
All right. Gus Johnson.
Transfer portal overload. Roster turnover feels like free agency.
Okay.
That to me is number 1. I don't care about the NIL, TV networks. Yes, you're right. They do have too much power. But the portal is what's ruined it, where guys are going in and out of the portal in the same year, in the same conference. It's ridiculous. These you sit there and watch so-and-so sign with though, and then you look at the insignias, and it's their 3rd or 4th school.
You want to stat?
That's what's ruining it.
There are enough Division I kids in the portal, not 1AA, 2 or 3,
No, I know.
just D1, to fill every roster of the Big Ten, the SEC, and 3 leftover teams.
Yeah, and we're talking about football. Basketball is the same. I mean, you kids people get stuck in the portal because nobody wants them.
You hate to see it.
The next one, I'm adding this one because I didn't have this as a
Joel Klatt.
No, it's not Joel. It doesn't say that here. Super conference takeover, regional rivalries dying.
Yes, and I think it's hurt the Big Ten more than anyone because the Big Ten did not make football forward expansion decisions.
No.
Oh, hey, golly gee, let's take Maryland and Rutgers for the TV.
Yeah, and now everybody streams anyway.
Right.
So
SEC said Texas and Oklahoma.
Correct.
So it's watered it down. You end up with teams last year like Indiana or this year Ohio State or Michigan. They didn't play anybody. Yet you're in this conference I'm supposed to care about.
It all started, the Big Ten started with Penn State and then Nebraska, right?
And can they get rid of that stupid Big Ten Network commercial
Oh, my
where they go across America?
My daughter loves that commercial.
I
She
want to
was-
put a bullet in the TV. You're in Los Angeles. The balls on you.
First you're in Pennsylvania, now you fly all the way across
Right,
continental
yes.
America.
Oh, and then act like Rutgers is in Manhattan. Boulder Dash.
All right, we're in the top 2 now, boys. Are you ready?
Yes.
Lack of roster stability. You touched on this a little bit earlier, Mike. Fans can't learn their own teams year to year.
100% for me. I defer to the senator from Philadelphia.
Yes, it's true, especially now in the offseason. And I follow it a little bit, but then I said, wait, who is this guy? Who is this guy? Once the season starts, you kind of know your team a little bit, and it's just the offseason is what makes it the worst.
But that giant transfer portal stat that Mike had about you could fill the SEC,
Yeah,
the Big Ten,
it's
and a
awful.
couple extra
It's
teams.
just, as Ralph in The Sopranos said, it's just a carousel of whores. Hooers. That's all it is. They're all escorts on to their next John. And if your school pays the most,
yes,
they're going to show up to your hotel room.
And Mike, try as you might to spoil my number 1 pick on this power rank, the TV networks and streaming platforms,
Yes.
and every which way you can look at that possible whole ordeal.
Gus and Joel.
Yes.
Yes. Parasites, barnacles, charlatans.
Look,
Awful.
especially what the ESPN has done with the SEC, they've taken over the sport.
Take a breath.
Stuttering,
Take a breath.
Stuttering.
And let's
Stoney
use
is back.
English.
Dave Dombrowski. I remember I did that.
Try again.
ESPN has taken over the sport with the SEC, and it's a joke. I don't really mind the fact that you have to go this place and that place for a game because I can't watch more than 2 games at the same time anyway. But they have too much power. You're
No,
right.
they do, and they also have look at Big Noon. Big Noon is nothing but a fabricated TV product. Nobody wants the best game of the day at noon.
No.
Nobody. Well, but Fox had to do it. Why? They didn't want to compete with SEC Saturday night. So how do they squeeze a little more margin out? Screw over the Big Ten.
What they should have done is do their Big Ten game at 3:30 instead of whatever game.
There are
they
a lot of
usually should.
shouldas and
I
couldas
know.
and wouldas.
Now, rapid fire, real quick, between each of you, which one is the thing that you hated the most out of that list?
The portal. I hate the portal.
Portal. I mean, players getting money,
That's fine.
I could tune out. And I want guys to make money, but not this. I mean, Damon Williams making $6 million, that's more than a top 5 draft pick in the NFL. It's lunacy.
It's $1 million for each foot he is.
I mean,
And
if
he's not even
Stoney
6 feet.
was back at American U in the mid-'70s and he had $10, he would have felt like Frank Lucas.
Damn right.
You hand Stoney $10,000 back in 75.
That's right.
You wouldn't be here right now.
No, absolutely not.
You would have put it all up your nose.
Probably.
Jeez.
No, we have the song where Stoney says he loves Coke.
Yeah.
It's,
We
give
can
me a
cue that up
break.
for you at some point today.
Oh,
Okay.
yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That Coke goes with my hair.
The death of Len Bias scared him straight.
Damn right.
And
Lenny
that
Bias
is-
saved my life.
Your college football blitz.
The Red Wings are starting John Gibson in goal for the third straight game. They have Vancouver tonight at Little Caesars Arena. The last time the two teams matched up, Gibson had a 39-save shutout. Hear the 7 p.m. puck drop right here on 97.1. Today is the arbitration deadline for Major League Baseball teams. Detroit has 8 players eligible, including ace pitcher Tarek Skubal. He'll break the record for a pitcher, according to Evan Petzold. Will Vest, outfielder Riley Green, utility player Zach McKinstry, pitcher Casey Mize, and first baseman Spencer Torkelson have all avoided it today. Michigan State basketball announced their game next Tuesday versus Indiana will move up an hour from 8 to 7. Lions GM Brad Holmes speaks in an hour. You can hear the presser right here on 97.1 at 4. The Dolphins fired head coach Mike McDaniel after 4 seasons. Indiana coach Kirk Cignetti is preparing to face Oregon tomorrow in the college football playoff. Today, he responded to an article in The Athletic yesterday titled, "Yes, he's never happy. Here's why that's a good thing." At the Corwell Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, hour 2. Great to have you guys with us. We are about an hour from Brad Holmes' press conference. We will carry it live. Rieger is there with a list of questions, and we'll see what comes of it. But we did start the show. Mike Stone with us today, and Mike had a brilliant idea. And I can't poke any holes in it that are about the actual idea. About it happening? No, I just don't think your teams are big time. I don't think any team in this town wants to be big time. So, yeah, sell him this pen.
Yes. Mike McDaniel, fired today by the Miami Dolphins. If the Lions do not make a call to Mike McDaniel and his people to inquire about his interest in being the offensive coordinator at Rotunda Drive, then it's organizational malfeasance. He doesn't have to accept the job, but you have to, in my mind, at least make the effort. And this isn't just me being a Detroit guy here or fans. I'm looking at Twitter. There's a national guy who I follow called Ted Wynn, I believe is his name, Football Film Analysis. And he says the top OC landing jobs, and he lists reasons why. Number 1 is Detroit. Everyone has fun, and he learns under Dan Campbell. Washington loves Quinn and Jaden, would have the exact blend of speed. Tampa Bay, Mayfield would be back. Offense would be elite. And Las Vegas made Chip Kelly the highest paid offensive coach in the league. They could do that and more for McDaniel. Does he like Fernando Mendoza and lots of cash? So there are other, obviously, teams that would be interested in Mike McDaniel. But you know what? You should be one of those teams and try to get him.
There's no better setup than here. The talent, fast track indoors, Super Bowl contending team. You know, no disrespect to some of the other teams that are in there. They're not in that mix. So to me, it's like, no, step up.
Right.
Like when the Eagles had bad coordinator hires, they responded by bringing in Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio. Now think about that for a second.
By the way, I'm glad you brought them up, because if things don't go well for the Eagles, people in that town, and maybe Sirianni as well, aren't exactly big fans of their offensive coordinator. Could you imagine the Eagles going after Mike McDaniel? Yes, I could imagine it.
Because they're big time.
Yes.
Because they're killers. And that's why they have Lombardi trophies and you have lint balls in your trophy.
Right.
This is what I'm getting tired of in this town. And we don't even get a chance to talk about it today. I'm so sick of hearing these updates about the Tigers. Oh, they signed Britton Bushelwild, a 35-year-old minor leaguer with a 7 ERA in the minors. And then he got released and he goes and pitched in the Dominican. Now, I don't want that update. Oh, today's arbitration day. Great, i.e., you didn't sign your guys, so here's the ruling. And all the while, do we ever get an update the Tigers are interested in anyone cares about?
No.
Nope. It's the same thing. So now I'm hopeful today marks a different thing for the Lions, because this offseason, they better be active in free agency, create cap space, go and restructure those 2 deals I've talked about. You're going to have Decker and Glasgow walk away. You could have $100 million in cap space real easy.
Right.
Let's get after it. And part of that is, I like your idea because it is bold. It is different.
And Holmes and some of the other guys around town, they have to answer the question. We'll to keep it to football. Would you rather be good for 5 years, and the Lions are good, be very good, but not win anything, or win a trophy, win the Super Bowl 1 year, but suck for 4? I'm sorry.
Choice B.
Embrace the suck.
Choice B. It's not even close.
No, I know, but there are people. We're all good all the time. Would you rather be it's like, would you rather be the Tigers with their run where they didn't win, or the Kansas City Royals? No, give me the Royals. They won one.
Correct. It's not even. Those people exist.
Yes.
Well,
and part of it,
I don't know what to say to that.
Part of it is I understand because the team sucked for so long, and now at least there's something enjoyable to watch. But man, you got to go for it.
Well, good luck. Not in this town, you don't. As Rico always puts it, man, it's 4 GMs at the Coney. They're all pointing at each other. Don't you make me look bad. Don't you dare go out and win a championship. Don't make me do my job. 248-539-9797. The second thing, what do you want to hear Brad Holmes say? What do you want him asked? If you have something, feel free, dial it in. We'll get to those phone calls as well. Right now, we'll go to Tom, 97.1. Tommy, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Good, Tom.
All right. So this is my thinking. I think the Lions should do a total upgrade. Go get Mike McDaniel. And I don't know if it's a possibility because he was our former coach, but I'd be cool with them going to get Jim Schwartz and moving on from Kelvin Shepard. I mean, I think that would be a huge upgraded coaching staff. Then you go get some money, free up the money, go get some good free agency. And I think, bam, you're ready to run out the gate.
I have no problem with bringing Jim Schwartz here. I don't know his relationship with Sheila or whatever, if they even had one. But no, to me, people who say, oh, they can't bring him back here because they carried him off the field when he was a DC for the Buffalo Bills when they won here, no. That's a lame excuse. If you feel he's the best defensive coordinator out there, if you were looking to make a switch, you bring him here. Who cares? If he would even maybe he didn't want to come back here.
Okay, good talk. Thought he was going to say something.
I know.
Let's go to Sal, 97.1. Sal, how you doing?
Doing good. How are you fellas doing?
Good, Sal. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so I'll comment about both of them, the Mike McDaniel thing and also the Brad Holmes thing. I'll try to make it quick. You guys are probably up against it. So the Mike McDaniel thing, I've been saying for weeks, this is like the perfect hire, and I wish they would do it. And just it's that dumb little part of me that goes, they're not going to do it. It just every part of me feels like they're not going to do it. If he'd even be available. And my problem is that, the Lions and the Tigers are sort of the Spider-Man meme. They're both pointing at each other. They do the same thing. You have option A, B, C in front of you. And all of them are obvious choices. They're the obvious choices. And they decide to make option D, just poop their diaper and do nothing. I don't understand why. I mean, even the David Blau thing, I wanted to bite through a 2x4 when I heard they interviewed him twice. There are guys out there that are better offensive coordinators, better play callers. You could go get them. Just go do what needs to be done.
That's the whole point. And look, Sal, you're not – I love this angle too, is guys like you get painted out to be bad fans for saying that. No, you're not. What evidence do we have that they want to act like a premier franchise, that any of our teams in this town want to act like a premier franchise? None. Absolutely none. So when you sit there and say, man, this would be perfect, but they're just not going to do it, you're basing that off of evidence. You're not negative. You're not bad. It's reality. And if they wanted to keep Kelvin Shepard, fine. Then go hire the best offensive coordinator you can. Don't tell me that that's another promote from within or another one of your golfing buddies. I'm not interested.
Look, they believe if the Blau thing happens, that here's a young guy who they believe is going to be a stud offensive coordinator in this league for years, or maybe even a head coach one day.
How about go and get the stud now?
Well, that's what my point was. I understand that belief, but you can't take a chance on that right now.
Yeah, I think there's a point where they got to hedge their bets a little bit. And if you want to take a risk and you think that David Blau is going to be the guy in the future, hedge your bets a little bit. I mean, what better of an opportunity to learn behind a guy like Mike McDaniel, right? I mean, he did that under Shanahan. So it makes perfect sense. And the problem is that we live in a town where the perfect decision it's like it's not even possible. I don't understand it. Right? It's the same thing with Bo Bichette and all these guys and signing Schoolball. It's very frustrating. Let me talk about.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you first.
Yeah, I just the Brad Holmes thing just really quickly. What I want to hear out of him, accountability. I don't want to hear any excuses. I don't want to hear a word about injuries. I don't want to hear a word about, we didn't want to make moves that we would regret later on, like the whole Scott Harris thing. So I need accountability. That's number one.
I'm with you. Yeah, it better not be tainted with arrogance and delusion. And listen, you went from 15-2 to missing the playoffs. You beat one playoff team all year. You collapsed. Sorry, no, not today. Show me you understand what's really going on here. That's what I'd like.
Show the fans that you give a rat's ass about their feelings too.
Our GMs in this town do a terrible job at that. Even if they don't mean it, they do a terrible job at it.
We talk about we haven't had championships in a long time. The last guys who won championships, okay, the owners, were cutthroats.
Yes.
Mike Ilitch was a cutthroat in regular business too. Bill Davidson stole patents and he didn't care for his glass and he paid the fine because he wanted to win. I mean, this is common knowledge. I'm not just going after the dead.
I just like that's the example you went to. But yes.
But yes, he was a cutthroat. I mean, hell, they fired Carlisle and hired Larry Brown.
Because that's what big-time teams do.
Yeah.
Our coach is good enough. No, F him. Go get great. Shout out Joe Glass.
So let me ask you this then. Okay, in the same vein, would you be in favor of firing Dan Campbell and hiring John Harbaugh?
No.
Me neither.
No, that I don't think makes sense because I do think Dan Campbell's a very high-level CEO, and I think he's the right coach. I think he's the right guy.
So do I.
And I do believe he can win a Super Bowl. And he's younger, which I like. It gives you runway, stability. John Harbaugh for a team like mine, which is drowning, that's a different conversation. If you're already good, I think Dan Campbell is fine. He needs to be the CEO, though. That's why we want to play call him.
I agree.
Oh, well, Stoney Case is available. Okay, we're all set. Thank you.
Guys, so I have some texts. We can do this next. The top 4 answers from the texters of what they least want to hear from Brad Holmes is.
I love it.
Because all of them seem to be negative. Thank you.
You're welcome. We'll get to those next. 97.1. No, we're hoping for the Holy Ghost at 4.
yeah.
We're hoping Brad gets inspired today.
By the way, we both, I think, are on the same wavelength on Brad Holmes overall. He's done a really good job. He built this foundation, and he's done a terrific job. However, a house does not stand by a foundation alone. You have to finish the job. And the last couple of years, he's slacked off a little bit as far as his success rate. So nobody's killing, at least I'm not killing Brad Holmes overall, but he's got to get back to where he was. Is that fair?
There's no argument from me. I just think there's an arrogance in that building. They think highly of themselves, and they really like their own people. Well, that's great. We need to get outside for some help now. Kenny, you said you had the ticket text of the top 4 things people don't want to hear?
Top 4 things people do not want to hear, because there's a lot more of those than things that people do want to hear, oddly enough.
He throws a ball you can catch.
He throws a ball you could catch would be a good thing. We like our guys. That's the first one.
Oh, on the Brad bingo board.
Ooh.
I don't want any of that.
Another one is sustainable success.
Yeah. When GMs in this town do the whole long view thing, we want to be consistently good.
Well, that's what I said. They're the city of the good.
Exactly. Translation. We're not in it for a championship.
In a similar vein, the next one would be culture, is what I keep seeing. I don't want to hear about the culture anymore.
Okay. I'm good with this.
And the last one is, there's various versions of this, but my favorite version of it was, we're not chasing headlines.
Yeah, I love how they vilify big moves as you getting jollies about being in the newspaper. No, it's that we want the player.
Right.
Like, what's interesting? Did you see this Jeff Saturday interview? Just to circle back to your Mike McDaniel idea and why I like it so much. So this is what I want here, okay? And it's what we had with Ben Johnson. So Jeff Saturday said the following on ESPN, and this comes by way of WIP, Philly. Regarding defensive coordinator Vic Fangio for the Eagles, Shanahan has publicly said it, and Sean McVay tells me often they lie awake at night thinking of Vic Fangio. The man is a genius. Like, you should have to lie awake at night when the Lions are coming to town with the players they have.
Which they did up until this year.
And again, this year, see, here's what I don't want from Brad at 4. Don't gaslight people. Well, our offense was 6th in the league. Why don't we separate the numbers, Brad? Here's what you were against garbage. Here's what you were against quality. There's about a 20-point difference.
Right.
It's the same thing if he gets up there and he does the song and dance. Well, we were top 7 in sacks. Hey, Brad, what was your time to pressure? How effective was that pass rush? Don't gaslight people. Stop that. It's the stuff I can't stand. Like, no offense to anybody, but you're not curing cancer, okay? No. You're playing fantasy football with a billionaire's money. Bring it down a notch. Be a person. There are a lot of people in this town. Some of them spend money they don't have to come see that product. Be a human being. Own it. Own it in the way that people listening to this show when they're going to a job they likely hate have to own it. I get tired of these people talking down from on high.
And the product, especially if they're paying money for at home this year, was not good. They're not a great home team.
I only wish my Giants would have done the job.
Another one coming in a lot here, too, is it laughs off a question. Somebody asks him maybe a difficult question, and he laughs it off.
Like when he was on our air and he basically did that about the pass rush. Let me ask you guys a question. Is it like this in other towns? What are we talking about? Yeah, it is.
It is in the Northeast.
Because the Pittsburgh Steelers don't have T.J. Watt and Highsmith and Herbig. Because the Texans don't have Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter? Because the whole Broncos front 7 doesn't want to end your life? Like, I'll keep going. Oh, and by the way, remember Jalen Phillips? He was basically one of the 5 best edge rush guys in football after the trade deadline. Go look. Not made up, not hyperbole.
No.
Well, Bob Muhammad had 10. Okay, we're done here. I can't do this.
Best player available is also coming up quite frequently.
It's time they draft for some need. I hate to break that to people.
Well, if they don't draft a lineman on either side of the ball with the first round, that's malfeasance. Because they don't need a running back. They don't need a wide receiver. Safety they might need, but
Well, and
I
again-
wouldn't, if Caleb Downs would slip down there, which I don't think he would.
No, but your,
still,
your
you gotta,
safety concerns are warranted
Yes.
because I need someone to tell me with certainty Kirby's
I know.
back for training camp.
he might have degenerative knee problems. He may never play again, God forbid.
The way it was described, I'm nervous. And Brian Branch is going to miss time.
Right, just like McNeil. He'll be back like the same time McNeil came back.
Let's
and
hope he
and
comes
was
back better because
Yes.
McNeil was terrible.
Right.
All right, uplifting.
And,
We'll go to
and
Sean.
DJ Reed, after he was really good till he got hurt. He gets hurt, he comes back, and he's like a blind man playing cornerback.
Go to Sean, 97.1. Sean, how you doing, buddy?
All right, man. What you saying?
Good, Sean.
Yeah, man. Well, definitely questions to
Tell you what I'm going to do. Put Sean on hold, Ionday. Do you want to just check on him? His cell phone is a disaster.
Yeah, it sounded like it was underwater.
No, I'll get to Sean.
No, I know.
We need to get him to a better area, though. We'll go to Joe while Ionde's handling that. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Mike, Stoney, how you guys doing?
Good, Joseph.
Just a couple thoughts here. McDaniel is obviously a home run hire. Bring him along, get the phone call going, top paid OC. I'll take it one step further. Call Bob Saleh, bring him back home. He's from Dearborn. Bring him in, highest paid DC. Back to you, Stoney, when you were saying the ownership here is just terrible for all four teams. The last two times that they were ever even close were the Pistons and the Tigers, and Illich and Davidson were about to die. So we need somebody to almost die here in order for them to do anything in any of these four major sports.
I didn't say they were.
One more point.
I didn't.
I want to hear your thought.
I didn't say they were
I want
terrible.
to hear
I
your thought,
just,
Mike, real quick. I'm sorry, Tony.
I didn't say they were terrible. They were just not cutthroat like the other ones were.
Yeah, but I'm saying like until they were about to die, that's when they made the Rasheed Wallace deal and the Miggy deal and the Kenny Rogers and all that stuff that make it to 2 World Series and win the championship.
No. They were older, but they weren't ready to die. Come on, let's.
A little bit of revision.
Tony, what do you mean? How much past how long did they last after that?
I know, but it's not that they were thinking that they had to do this before they died.
I mean, okay.
All right.
If you
Well, I
want to,
digress.
if you want to blame any, look, okay. Case in point, do I believe ownership really holds back Scott Harris? No, I think Scott Harris holds back Scott Harris. I don't think that's an ownership thing.
Yeah, but Mike, at the end of the day, if I want this guy, I'm going to get him. Mike Illich, he's like, man, we got to win. I want to win. Go get him.
Okay, but that's an ownership thing, meaning you want the owner to physically go over the top of their front office.
Yes.
Okay, then yes, Joe. Then I will say we do not have those people in this town. No problem with that.
Mike Illich
One more thing,
died. Mike Illich died in 2017. The last time he won a championship was with the Red Wings. Was 2008.
Yeah, but Stoney, they went to the World Series in 06 and 12.
Okay,
So
so
they were
he was
trying-
so
I
he was
mean-
82. He wasn't ready to die.
Bottom line is we don't have anyone like that now.
Right,
The
that's
point
the
I'm
point.
making
Real
is
quick,
I don't think
I
it's
want to
fair.
I want to pick your brain on this real quick, Mike.
Okay.
Nobody's really talking about this nationally or even locally.
What?
There's the Final Four in college football right now. 2 of those guys are from where? The quarterbacks.
Well, Dante Moore is from here.
And Trinidad Chambliss is from
went
Grand
to
Rapids.
Ferris. Yes.
So why didn't neither one of our teams ever look at these guys?
They
Well,
did.
Yeah, I mean Dante Moore was wanted by
Michigan,
everybody.
yes.
But why? No disrespect to you, but like, why would Dante Moore go to Michigan to throw 18 passes a game? Plus, let's face it, he got a ton of money to go out to the West Coast, and he stunk with UCLA.
And Chambliss was not really that good in high school. In fact, I was reading that the head coach at Ferris got turned on to him when he saw him play basketball. He redshirted at Ferris.
Yeah, it's different. That's not that. I don't think that's fair.
No.
Look, to bring it back to his original point, look, if you want to be mad, I think it's totally acceptable to be mad at the GMs or president of ops.
Yes.
Meaning, look, if how do I put this delicately? If your GMs had gone to ownership multiple times to go out and get a player and were rebuked, it would leak.
Yes.
Okay? We have no such thing.
Right.
Show me an article where Scott Harris went to go get Bo Bichette and got thrown out of Chris's
Or
office.
Chris Illich.
Come on, I'm not.
Did Chris Illich say, yeah, no, Bregman, no?
Because if it happened, it would leak.
Right.
The one thing I've said about Scott Harris is people can be upset. He's not gaslighting you. He believes in what he's saying.
Right.
Talk to people in baseball. He likes this Moneyball thing.
Yes.
He this optionality. Look, I hate it. He believes it. Fine. The Brad Holmes thing, this is Brad, because I have bad news for you, Joe. Do you know how you sign all your own players? Sheila's got to put the money in escrow. And when you're handing out all these deals, 100 here, 100 here, 100 here, it's like an auctioneer, right? Where do you think that money comes from?
Right.
So just understand the guaranteed money on all these contracts, that has to be approved by ownership.
Yes, and they in football, hockey, and basketball, there's caps.
Yeah, hockey. Yeah, no newsflash. They spend. It's just Steve hasn't spent wisely.
Correct.
Steve doesn't want it now. If you want to then turn it into, well, Steve wants to sign players to term, but Chris won't let him, you need to show me proof of that. I don't have that. From all accounts, Steve himself does not want to be in 7-8 year deals.
Correct.
He wants 4 years. I blame our GMs.
Right. Unless those guys are like Sider and, Raymond.
Which, once again, we love our own people, blah, 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 blah. It's always the same thing.
Yeah, but those guys deserve the 7-year deal.
Yeah, that's fine. But when it comes time to get the guy.
Oh, I know.
We just don't do it here. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls. Got Brad Holmes in about 35 minutes. 97.1. Okay, we're going to get to the people. And here's how this is going to work, by the way, just so you understand is, look, teams are notoriously late for press conferences, and they also waste a ton of time. So it won't start right at 4. We're going to be in communication with Rieger. We'll break early in the 4 o'clock segment. That way we can give you guys an extended run of Brad Holmes. And then, look, we'll stay with it, provided it's not mind-numbingly awful. And if anything happens after we dump out of it, we'll have it for you. So just sit tight. And look, I want to know what you do and don't want to hear from Brad Holmes. And we're having fun with this Mike McDaniel thing because he was fired by the Dolphins. There's absolutely no guarantee he gets a head coaching job. He's not everybody's cup of tea. I don't think he works as a CEO in certain markets. Why not pick up the phone and hire Mike McDaniel? Make him the highest paid OC in football.
Yeah.
Bring him in and give him the launch codes and let's rock and roll. Stoney had the idea, and I can't argue it. I wouldn't try. But my doubt has nothing to do with the idea.
I know.
My doubt is I don't think you want to act like a big boy. There are killers in this league, and then there's the rest. You're not a killer.
And look,
your organization doesn't operate.
Just try. That's all we're asking. We're not asking for to hire him. We're asking to try to hire him.
Yeah, just like I wanted him to try at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
Whoops. Let's go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you guys?
Good, Brian. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so, I consider you guys, the two of you, the best who do all these shows. And I've spoken to all you guys on all these shows about this exact thing. And when you say, Mike, and you've used the term in the past, Stoney just used this term. Why are, Stoney, and I'll just ask you again, why are we not promoting from the outside? What did you say that was when we don't do that?
Malfeasance?
Excellent. So tell me, what exactly is the malfeasance?
The malfeasance is not trying to get the best available, in my opinion.
Right, and then you put the word organizational before it, correct?
Yes, organizational malfeasance.
Okay. Now, how does that apply to the Detroit Lions? Because I have a theory, and I've been laughed at before in the past when presenting this theory.
Go ahead.
So I want to know why you think the malfeasance exists. Like, what is it? That's just too easy to say malfeasance. So
do you want? I'm letting Mike answer, but Brian, I could offer a different one. But go ahead for Stoney.
I think they hired, a general manager, and they're letting them do what they want because they like how things are going right now. Even though some of us think they should have been better this year.
Okay, and I think that's even letting them off too lightly. See, what I think the malfeasance going on with this, and Mike, you say it spot on because it happens all the time, and they refuse, and it's almost like if they don't promote within, something's not right with this organization because that would just go outside of everything they believe in. So I think there's a man named Rod Wood, and the guy's always there. He's been in the pocketbooks of the Detroit Lions for years. He's got something intertangled with that family that no one can put a finger on. Mike, why is he always there? Why is the guy just no?
Because no. It's the way you say it that made me laugh.
Is he not getting his piece of the pie? What is it?
Well,
why
he's
can't
the
we
president.
go out and get a quality person?
Hold on.
He has nothing to do with the football operations
BS.
part.
That's crap. I think he's got everything to do with it because no one ever mentions this guy.
No, hold on. I'm gonna answer. Like, first of all, it's not, Brian. It's not wholly unrealistic for certain team presidents to wield more power than others. The general power of a team president is to take all non-football duties away from your GM and player personnel guys, and you handle the business side of the business.
Which he does,
right? There are
Mhm.
also team presidents who will get involved in contract negotiations. But you have Mike Disner. Look, Brian, I can't prove or disprove if you think he wields power as it would pertain to high-level decisions in the organization. And guess what? Do you see him sitting where team presidents around the league I haven't seen sit? Do you see him sitting next to Spielman or see him sitting in this? Yeah, you do. So, Brian, I'm not going to laugh you out of the building here. My whole point would be this. The theory is the theory. The owner trumps.
I'm gone.
No, you're not gone. You're here.
No, I mean, I want to say I want Rod Wood gone.
Oh, okay.
See
Yeah,
what
and
would
again,
happen.
listen, I know at the beginning it looked really, really bad when it was like the team's estate banker was the team president. I believe me, we all lived it.
But didn't the hiring of Spielman change everything to a certain extent?
You would hope, but the point is, and I want to make sure we land the plane, Brian. Brian, if you want real change, it comes from ownership. The owner, like for instance, Stoney with Philly, with the Eagles, who are kind of the gold standard in the NFC. Jeffrey Lurie is going to tell, here's the deal, win the Super Bowl or die trying. Those are your two choices.
Yes.
I don't think we have that here, Brian. That's the problem.
Yeah. Okay. Now I'll just leave you with this, because what I need from the station, Mike, if you have any pull at all, please just don't let Duggan Gator interview Dan Campbell anymore, and don't let Costas interview Jared Goff anymore.
I have no
need
control.
Genuine
Well,
questions.
you have it completely. First of all, you have it
Please.
completely reversed about who interviews who.
Yeah, but no,
that's number one.
Yeah, I have no control over.
Valeni never gets to interview these guys. I think he would actually dig into the realm of like, what the hell the problem
But Brian, look back when they did come on this show and what happened. There's a reason. They don't want to deal with that. They want safer spaces, and the other shows are nicer than me. The difference is I don't care about these people. I'm not trying to be their friend.
Right.
Okay? I don't care. They play kids' games for money. I talk about it for money. All right? None of us are launching SpaceX rockets. Look, when Stan Van Gundy came in here, how did it go?
It was great.
I offered the Pistons a weekly. Weird, it didn't happen. We used to have Sue, got hung up on. Used to have Stafford, ended poorly. We had Al Avila, ended real poorly. Listen, this is where we are in media now. If you are viewed as a safer space where you will be handled with, not kick gloves, but a friendlier touch, that's where they're going. I don't control it. And I also make it Brian, I make it very open. I don't give a rat's ass if any of these teams ever give me a player or a coach. I don't need them. You win, I say nice things. You lose, I say mean things. And the interviews are largely, if not exclusively, a waste of effing time. So for me, no skin off my back. I'm glad Jim and John do it in the morning. They're nicer people. And I'm glad Doug and Scott do what they do. I don't care. Because guess what? Even as nice as they were, Jared Goff still got all butthurt when they asked the question about the fans doubting him. So I'll take that audio. On the 18 times he was on this year, I got one interesting thing. I'd rather him waste their time. Don't waste mine.
And by the way, Brian, one other thing. I do think, and I have said this publicly, it is ludicrous that there are people at training camp who get Rod Wood's autograph.
That is bizarre.
That is one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen. But he has nothing to do with what you see on the field.
Hold on. Kenny just said, did you see the thing? And I'm like, no, I'm doing radio.
Oh, I don't have my Twitter up? Wow, amazing.
Kenny, you saw the McDaniel thing. Tell us.
Well, it was a caller that pointed it out. We found it. It was very, very recent. The hashtag, according to Ian Rappaport, the real Ian Rappaport, not a fake account. The Lions have reached out to former Dolphins HC Mike McDaniel.
Wow. Way to go, Lions.
Here, I'm the Derek Jeter respect kid.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lions. Thank you. Bravo. Yes. I don't care if he farts in their face. They tried. They are off the hook with me. Fantastic.
Yeah. Now somebody will ask Brad about it today.
Yes. Oh, I can't comment about that. Okay, thank you.
That's okay.
Fantastic. Okay, so now that they've reached out, would you make Mike McDaniel the highest paid OC in football? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes for me.
Yes.
Yes, I think it would be tremendous. I think that's a major credibility move that they've reached out. The fact that it came out that quick. And I want to say this, and we'll keep it timely. To those of you who always doubt it when I say it, if your team reaches out, it will leak. So when people, the bathwater drinkers, well, how do you know that they didn't, huh? Because it didn't leak out.
Right.
If the Tigers had inquired about Bo Bichette, it would leak out. Mike McDaniel, the blood's not even dry. The guy may not even have unpacked his office yet. And the Lions reached out.
Look, he will
Credit.
be interviewed by teams to be a head coach again as well this year, I'm sure. So let's not get our hopes completely up, but the fact that
They tried.
Maybe they were listening.
I know. You get my point.
Yes.
I respect
Yes.
the hell out of the Lions for trying.
Yes.
Because I say, I don't think you're big time. I don't think you do these things. The fact that they are, at minimum, it shows they understand there's a problem. They understand they need to go big. That's all I can ask them to do, man.
Right.
And if McDaniel doesn't want it or gets a better opportunity elsewhere, that's
so
okay.
be it. Yes.
Damn it, I'm allowed to be happy with that. That's excellent. All right, stop ignoring the cold. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. They do a complete furnace checkup. Make sure it's running properly and safely, and right now it's only $79. That's $30 off the regular price. Call today. Spots fill up quick. And don't forget Mastercraft. They do plumbing, electrical, and generators too, all at discounted prices. So do it now, mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, we will, well, I don't know, about 20 minutes probably, maybe 15 from Brad Holmes. Just a quick note, because it's been Lions heavy today, and rightfully so. Kudos again. They're reaching out to McDaniel. I don't care if they don't get him.
Right.
Try. Show me you want to be a big boy. Yes. Show me you want to do what the Rams and Eagles do. That's a nice sign that they did it. I'd love Mike McDaniel here. But this Tarek Skubal arbitration day, look, it's one thing when a Casey Mize or a Torkelson or a McKinstry goes to arbitration.
Mm-hmm.
It's another for Skubal. And there's about 3,000 words written on ESPN about this, and there's nothing worse than reading on radio. So we're not going to do that. I would encourage you to read the Skubal piece if you're interested. But here's kind of what you need to look for. Obviously, come 8 o'clock tonight, numbers are going to get exchanged. And you're going to go to mediation. Now, here's how it works, though. It's all about who Skubal and Boris choose as their comp. Meaning, like if they choose peak Max Scherzer, back-to-back Cy Young, these are the special accomplishments I've done which do affect your arbitration, you could be asking for $40 million, which you probably won't get.
Correct.
Now, could you get Juan Soto's record-breaking arbitration of north of 30? Yeah. But what's so interesting about this is this situation is so rare to have a player of this ability in the arbitration phase, and you don't have a deal. You're not even, again, if they were negotiating with Skubal, what would happen, Kenny? Kenny doesn't have his headset on. Perfect for radio. It would leak. It would leak.
Right.
They're not. So keep your eye on it, because this is one where if it goes against the Tigers, I want you to think about this. All of a sudden, if you were thinking, all right, we're going to owe him $25 million, and the arbiters come back at 40, newsflash, that greatly impacts how they're going to approach their offseason. Clearly. This is the folly in the approach that was taken. You either trade the man or you sign the man. Going into this and losing him for nothing at the end of this year, I do not want to hear about a comp pick, has never made sense.
No, it's not about a comp pick for me. What I think, if you're going to ask me what do I predict is going to happen, is they're going to, whatever the arbitration is, it'll happen, and they'll play it out. When it gets to the deadline, if they are still in contention thanks to their crappy division, you think they might win the World Series or at least get to the World Series, then they keep them, and who cares? If they get what they want, the World Series, and they lose them, big deal. That's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah, but that's the problem with it. But keep your eye on it, because, look, we sit here and talk about, man, I don't understand this offseason. Now, may I speculate? Mm-hmm. Maybe the Skubal thing is what's hanging over their head. Look, every team has a budget.
Yeah.
And while I wish they would do more, there's no illusion that they're ever going to carry a payroll north of $200 million, that they're ever going to be the Toronto Blue Jays. It's not happening. So in their instance, if they know they might have to write a check for $40 million, yeah, I bet that impacts their ability to go out and do what they really need to do.
Yes.
Well, maybe you should have thought of that and traded the guy. That's the problem in this. Or you sign him.
You sign him.
I don't want to sign him. I'm making a point I would have traded him. It would have been done.
I know.
So keep your eye on it tonight and in the coming days. Because this could as ESPN puts it, it could rock the entire baseball world, what Skubal does or doesn't get. And if I'm him, I'm absolutely comping out to Scherzer prime or Jacob deGrom prime. Like, this guy won back-to-back Cy Youngs.
He's the best pitcher in freaking baseball.
And he should be paid.
And he's a left-hander.
Well, and for reference, Zach Wheeler's the highest paid pitcher. I don't consider Ohtani just a pitcher, so let's move him to the side.
Right.
Wheeler, I think, makes 41 or 42 a
and
year.
Skubal's better. And younger, I believe.
I don't know why I'm being yelled at, but okay.
Yeah.
Not even having that debate with you.
I know.
Let's go to the people. Go to Anthony, 97.1. Anthony, how are you?
Hey, guys. How are you? Yeah, I guess there's a little bit of hope here, isn't there, with the whole McDaniel reaching out?
Yes, they have shown they're willing to be serious, and I think they deserve credit for that.
Yep. So, no, good to hear from you guys. I listen a lot, probably more than I should, but just wanted to talk a little bit about, obviously the Lions. But, I just think it's interesting because with this whole trade that we got with the whole Stafford and Goff and everything, if it's not going to look good if the Rams go and win another Super Bowl, or I guess be it just make the Super Bowl again before the Lions have even
look, as everybody says, it was a win-win trade. But if you're grading the trade, I don't know, Mike. I think you agree with me. The team that end up with the Lombardi gets the absolute W.
Yeah.
And it's not to say and it's not saying that the Lions screwed up either. The Lions made a good trade. Now, would I rather have them not give Stafford what he wanted and traded? I would have rather him traded to Carolina and gotten, I don't know, I think it would have been Bridgewater. It would have been Bridgewater, though. But they would have had another one. They would have had another first-round pick, and they could have taken Parsons and Sewell. But that's just me.
Sure. Yeah. Well, and real quick for you guys, let me go. Mike, I'm dying to know where this Italian restaurant was, or sub shop that you got a great sandwich from. So,
how about this? I'll do you a solid. I'm going to put you on hold. I get to you in 60 seconds. How about that?
Yeah.
I'll do it off the air. You sit tight. I got you covered. Don't worry. Ande, keep him on hold. I'm going to change his life in 60 seconds. Kenny, a few ticket texts, and then we'll keep it timely.
I love that they reached out to McDaniel. It proves that they are a serious franchise and not just a popcorn shop.
Yes, thank you. This is what is what you as fans should demand from these teams.
Do you think this will change the Coney Island meetings with the other GMs?
I tell you, he'll be in a lot of trouble with Scott and Steve and Trajan if they go out and they do this and they make a bold move. Oh yeah.
And look, if he signed them, if they got him, Brad's buying at the Coney.
Oh yeah.
Do you think there's a bunch of texts that asks if you actually think he's coming here or if this was just to calm down the fan outcry?
No, they don't do things to calm down fan outcry.
No.
I think it's a legitimate outreach, and if he's interested, he'll be on a plane. That's it.
If anything, they kind of spit in the face of the fans and, act arrogant and talk down to you,
That's a general move by professional sports teams.
Yes.
It's part of the disconnect that's growing in sports. All right. We'll be timely. Rieger is on site. We'll come back. We'll kind of set the table for everything. And then, hopefully we can time this right for you guys and bring you Brad Holmes, because Lord knows he talks about once a decade. So we'll get to that next. 97.1.
The Dolphins fired head coach Mike McDaniel today after 4 seasons. The Lions have already reached out to him about their open offensive coordinator position, according to Ian Rappaport as well. Lions GM Brad Holmes expected to speak any minute now. You can hear it right here on 97.1. Bears wide receiver Roma Dunze is off the injury report and good to play Saturday versus the Packers. The Wings face one of the worst teams in the NHL tonight, the Canucks. John Gibson will make the starting goal again. You can hear the 7 p.m. puck drop right here on 97.1. Today, arbitration across Major League Baseball. The Tigers entered with 8 players eligible. So far, they have avoided it with slugger Kerry Carpenter, reliever Will Vest, outfielder Riley Green, utility player Zach McKinstry, and first baseman Spencer Torkelson, according to Evan Petzel, the Free Press. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We're listening to Brad Holmes' press conference live on 97.1 The Ticket. All right. We'll take your responses to what you heard from Brad Holmes, 248-539-9797. He's still going on. We will record some of the other stuff. If there's something that you have to hear, we'll play that for you. It's 97.1. Two four eight 539-9797. It's the Valenti Show with Rico Stoney here in for Rico. Brad Holmes is still going on. We will effort anything else that we think is worth you guys hearing. Love to hear what you think. I got to say, he started off really, really good, in my opinion. You know, taking responsibility, giving himself an F. Basically, agreeing with the Dan Campbell grading system. Where he lost me a little bit was his lukewarm response to what being aggressive is in free agency and that stuff. So whether you want to sit there and grade Brad Holmes, like I said, I thought he really started off really well, taking responsibility, saying that the season sucked, basically, saying it was a failure. But like I said, the lukewarm response to being aggressive free agency and that stuff kind of, I don't know, sent me in a different direction. But overall, it was better than I thought it was going to be. Mike?
Look, you said a number of things. I mean, obviously, like, I like that he was willing to. All right, let me give you what bothered me the most, and then like we can talk about a couple things I was okay with. I'm not expecting to reinvent the wheel. Let's be clear. What I didn't like is when people try to excuse failure by telling you how hard they work. Nobody cares. Whether you're a doctor who works in the ER, like, dude, you've had 7 patients die. Yeah, but I tried. No one cares. The result is the result. You're a real estate developer. Your last 3 developments are unsold. I don't care that the plans were beautiful and you worked hard. Like, think about if you're listening right now in your life, or you listen to this radio show. No one is ever going to hear the story of a radio host who tried his best but failed. No one cares. The result is the result. So it was a lot of him saying, well, if I could only tell you the things that we tried to do and couldn't, well, then you failed. Like, for instance, Howie Roseman or Les Snead, they don't talk about the things that they almost did. They get the result.
Correct.
So that kind of bothered me because you're not paid to, candidly, you're not paid to work hard. You're paid to get the job done.
Right.
So that kind of bothered me is it got mired in that. I'm fine with him saying, hey, our standards and you know, I mean, it got a little bit yuck when it was like, well, I guess I give myself an F then. Okay.
Whatever.
Fine. But overall, I think the things that got to me a little bit, like the Manu thing, we're not ready, because I took some notes because I'm a nerd. We're not ready with any conviction to say he's ready, that he's going to have to beat someone out. It's like, okay, well, dude, you're going into year 3.
Right.
Sorry, that doesn't work. I thought he saved himself with something. He was going down a path of, we're not that far from the Super Bowl.
Right.
And I went, oh, not this again. And I said it to Kenny down the line. I go, oh, here we go. And then he said, and maybe that's one of the problems. We have to look at it and analyze whether we are that close.
Yeah.
He kind of saved himself, like, who the hell am I?
Right.
In my world.
Right.
Look, he started out good, and then I felt like he blew a tire and careened off the median.
Yes.
And he's got a way about him. And, you know, it's probably good he doesn't talk very often. So, okay, fine. Ultimately, we only care about results, not feelings.
Right. He'll talk again before or after free agency, before and after the draft.
I didn't understand how it turned into Ragnow Fest.
I know. It's that wasn't his fault.
No,
that was the question.
that story's dead and gone.
Yes. I mean, Jared Goff basically said the same thing, that he wasn't coming back, right?
Yeah. And again, I just wish he would be forthright and say, yes, we have to be more aggressive. We have our principles, we have our standards, but it is my job to get the best players here. And clearly I didn't do enough of that.
Right.
You know, when Wojo asks a question, it's asked too respectfully. It's asked, you know, too nicely. And for him to dodge that one with, well, how do you define aggressive? The fire back would have been Jalen Phillips for a 3rd-round pick.
Right.
And that's, you know, again, I wish he would have just answered that better, because then the roadie goes.
Well, he should have said, well, you know, I tried, but, you know, because I gave up my good 3rd-round pick for Tesla, we couldn't do it.
No, what I'm saying is, like, he always ends up back in the same place where it's almost like self-congratulatory. Well, you know, you don't see the work, and that's not public information. It's like, Brad, we don't care.
No.
It's did you get the job done or not?
It's like a lot of times and I'm guilty as anybody, we take so much when they speak at these things, or even coach speak, and we take it to heart. I mean, look, I always talk about how I thought Bobby Ross was the greatest human being in the world because he talked about bus tickets being punched, and Wojo was one who taught me. He said, it's coach speak. Okay, actions speak louder than words, so we have to keep that in mind. Hopefully, forgetting about what he said for the, as I called, lukewarm, aggressive takes, that he'll be more aggressive this offseason.
Well, and maybe, and obviously, even if he were asked about it today, he wouldn't be able to comment on it. The fact that the report from Rappaport, they've reached out to Mike McDaniel, that's aggressive.
Yes.
That's high level. Now, if that's going to set a tone for the offseason, I'm all aboard. So, yes, the work is the work, and he has a right to fix this thing, and we'll talk about it accordingly. But, yeah, I look, man, I'm the wrong person. Like, if you're asking me, well, what did you think of that? I mean, Mike, you and I both collectively, we have listened to or attended hundreds of these things.
Correct.
How many of you walked away impressed? Like
Not
two?
very,
Like
yeah,
two?
Right.
So I'm careful about it. I want to use the right words. There's something about this guy. It's very reminiscent of Scott Harris. And the two of them are very similar to me.
248-539-9797.
What?
No.
I was being polite.
No,
I mean,
you were. No, I understand. Look, people have to realize, because I'm a little older, I think I've softened up a little bit. But I'm still, compared to a lot of people in this town, a lot harder than others. But you, look, we both came from the same part of the country.
Yes.
Where it's a different animal.
Correct.
Okay?
Correct.
I mean,
animal being the
yes.
operative word.
My first experiences of, fan disfavor was people paying money to fly Joe Must Go airplanes over Franklin Field, the Eagles, their head coach, Joe Q. Harrick. Okay, that's what I remember.
I want to congratulate you on
Yes.
a reference. No one behind the glass
Well, I
understands.
understand. And your father was probably for the Ali Sherman ones that went on
Yes.
with the New York Giants.
Also, shout out Franklin Field, home of the Temple Owls.
That's right. No, the Penn Quakers.
Didn't you guys boo Santa Claus too? I feel
Yes.
like I
Yes,
remember
they
that.
did. But
They also booed Mike Schmidt. They threw Charles Barkley out of town. These Philadelphians are animals.
Well, yeah, yes. I mean, the only ones I don't think ever got booed was probably Dr. J and Bobby Clark. That's it. Everybody else has been booed.
What a list.
I know.
So we'll get to your phone
But
calls.
it's different there. It is.
Right, but there needs to be a little more of it here because
Yes.
newsflash, they're pricing it like it's there.
Yes.
Time to give these fans what they're owed.
But it's like anything else. The people, I mean, you live here, I live here. I've lived here almost 40 years. We're nicer people here. And it fits in with the way we react to our teams.
We'll get to your phone calls. We just got to manage the clock here. I want to make sure we're timely, so we're going to just get a quick business update here, and then we'll go right to the phones, okay? 97.1. And we're back. Yes, we're juggling a little bit. We want to, we have business things to take care of, but we were going right to the phones for you. So what's your reaction? And I will tell you, I know we don't have the audio yet. You're not going to like how he answered the pass rush question. You're not going to like it. He did exactly what I prayed he wouldn't do.
You know the Talking Heads song where they say, same as it ever was.
Yeah.
Same as it ever was. Life during wartime.
What did I say to you earlier today? If he gets up there and goes, well, we had two really good edges and, who had, he did exactly that. So if you were thinking he's going to change or if you were thinking they were going to prioritize it, to paraphrase, the approach won't change. Am I accurate there?
Pretty much. If he does what he says, which sometimes they don't do.
Let's go to Keyshawn, 97.1. Keyshawn, how are you?
Good, Mike. How are you?
Good. What's on your mind?
Well, I was looking at my phone. I got a new thing I wanted to ask you before I asked the real question. What are your thoughts on the Mike McDaniel, Rappaport saying the Lions reached out to him?
Love it. Make him the highest paid OC in the league. Get him here.
We started the show with it, Keyshawn.
He's a genius. We
Sorry. I just got off work.
No, Keyshawn, you have nothing to be sorry for. You're working your ass off. No, we started the show and said, hey, I really wish they would reach out, like hire this man.
Yeah.
And I admit this,
I completely
Keyshawn.
agree with you 100%.
And I said it. I go, I just have doubts because they don't do things like that. And about an hour later, the report came out. Keyshawn, the guy, if you bring him here, you have the type of quarterback he wants who makes quick decisions. You have 2 running backs. You've got the 2 wide receivers, much like in the mold of Miami with Waddle and Hill. You have an all-pro caliber tight end, provided his back's okay. Fingers crossed. And the offensive line will be better next year than this year because unless they're brain dead, they're going to put weight behind it. To me, if I'm Mike McDaniel, this is the best resume builder in the league. I would love it. I'll help him pack, Keyshawn.
Exactly what I'm saying. What I wanted to ask you, what I wanted to say about Brad Holmes is you're sitting there, you're listening, and you're like, okay, he's doing pretty good. And then he gets you, and it just gives me vibes of Scott Harris and Stevie Y. And how I don't know if there's something in the air in Michigan, but these guys are so stubborn that they think that it's going to work, but how long is it going to take until they're like, wow, okay, this might not be what's going on. This might not work. Our window's closed. Take a look at the Bengals, for example. 1 year they went to the Super Bowl. Have they made the playoffs since?
Yeah, they made the playoffs. Yes, but obviously they're terrible now. And Burrow's always hurt. But no, Keyshawn, wait till we play this pass rush one for you about the edge. That's my head's going to explode. But that's where we're at. I mean, there is something to it where you're right. I thought it started out pretty good, pretty introspective, and like, hey, it's not good enough in the standard. And then, he blew a tire and hit the median. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
And I'm just like, you see all these players go up, and you're like, oh, okay, this guy's out there, this guy's out there. Oh, the Eagles picked him up for that. That's all it took. Oh, that's all it took. And you're like, and we're trading up to get Tesla. Yes, he makes some cool touchdown passes. But, man, are we trading up he's trading up for toys. He likes toys. That's what Brad likes. And I think it's time to get real serious about free agency and being aggressive until it's too late.
They didn't need a luxury item. And he's going to turn out, I think he's going to turn out to be a really good player, but I wouldn't have given up the draft capital.
No matter how good he becomes, I want you to hear me when I say this. He will never be a top 3 target share player on the team, meaning target share is what determines your ultimate value. Your target share and how many of those targets do you convert to receptions. Amon-Ra will always be the number 1 target share guy, probably 150 of them a year. Then J-Mo, then Laporta, then Tesla.
If Laporta's healthy.
Fingers crossed.
Yes.
The point I'm making is when you give up 3 third-round picks to take a player, I need that guy to be in my top 3 target share.
Right.
To make that deal and then re-sign J-Mo, it didn't add up to me. So it'll always be a bit of a folly.
Correct.
So yes, I like the player, but that's the issue is he's never going to be a cornerstone piece here.
No.
Ergo, he's a toy or a luxury or whatever. Insurance.
Correct.
That's a pretty expensive policy. Go to Jake, 97.1. Hi, Jake.
Hey, Mike, I've been watching you on the live stream. I watched you through the whole conference. I could see you were irritated, biting your nails. I was doing the exact same thing, my friend. You know what? You're right. He started out great, and then it just went downhill from there. You know, like he's dodging questions and pretending he's not. You know, I'm not dodging the question, but
define being aggressive. It's like, come on, man. I don't have to define that. Are you going to make moves or not?
Mike, that's exactly it. Are you going to make moves or not? Are you going to be aggressive or not? Don't beat around the bush. Get to the point. Tell us what you're going to do or what you're not going to do, and get on with it. That's it. Don't dodge questions and low-key say, I'm not dodging your question, but, I'm going to say it anyway. I think he said it 3 times in the conference. I don't know. This guy needs to go if he can't get it done this year. If
Jake,
they don't
listen,
get Mike McDaniels.
Well, the Mike McDaniel thing gives me hope because that is aggressive, and that's big time. We have always said we want the Lions to start acting like killers, act like the Eagles and the Rams, the gold standard in the NFC. Making an aggressive push to land arguably one of the 5 best play callers in the sport, that's that. I will give them full credit for reaching out, Jake. And if the guy takes a head coach job, I can't be mad, and I won't make fun of the team.
No.
But then you have to get players, though. Like, this is about player acquisition. It's players, not plays. Go ahead, Jay.
Right, because we don't know where Montgomery's going to go. We don't know if Glasgow's gone. We don't know. And you got to be aggressive and you got to be proactive. And it doesn't sound like he's ready to do that, and he's not aggressive. He totally dodged that subject when he was asked about it, and he's too cliche. So when he gets on that podium, it's all about being cliche for him, and that's not what it's about. It's about being aggressive and going after it and being like, hey, this is what we need to do, and this is what we need to do to bring a Super Bowl to Detroit. That's it.
Yeah, and again, it's Jake, look, it'll be we just got done saying it's players, not plays. It's actions, not words. Right. Whatever he says today is immaterial if he delivers the result or delivers the players down the line. And again, my beef with the edge rusher thing, the Lions were dead last in the league in time to pressure. Don't give me these coverage sacks. Don't give me these, quarterback running himself into a sack after 5 seconds. I'm not interested. Time to pressure is what matters. If you can't get to the quarterback in 2.5 seconds, you're dead. And the Lions don't do that. So there's a stat that I think is for losers, and then there's a stat for winners. The time it takes for you to produce the sack or produce the pressure is much more impactful than Bob Muhammad and what he did in 7 games. And you go, wait, but he played 17. He only had sacks in 7. That's his whole season. So, again, you have to ask yourself, it's the same thing with Aiden. Chips down, big spots. Aiden dominates backup tackles, dominates when a tight end is put on him. But then I got to listen to a celebration. He did nothing. For instance, the day against the Giants. Mm-hmm. He did Stugotz. The last play of the game, Aleem McNeil blows up the pocket. Jameis has to drop back to meet Aiden, who ran himself out of the play. Now, is that the same as when you watch Will Anderson in 2.2 seconds dominate 2 people, go and get the quarterback? It's not the same. So for Brad to still be standing up there and to say that scares me.
Yeah, because they still want to acquire players the same way. They're not going to change their fundamental acquisition process.
Right. Well, and again, it is going to be their belief. We already have Hutch. What more do you people want?
Look, it's like this is the motto of this town: draft and develop. If it works, great. But until you get a championship, it's not working.
Yeah. Listen, and by the way, no guarantee Bob Muhammad's back.
No, absolutely. He's a free agent, and there are people going to look at those sacks and not care about the time to pressure.
I know.
Sign him.
Oh, and again, if you got to pay him $14 million a year, you doing that? I'm not.
No.
Which means we're back to square one.
That's right.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls next. 97.1. All right. Real quick before I go to the phones, Kenny, ticket text coming in, reactions to and again, if you don't have anything you can read, don't read it. I mean, come on, I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble here. But what do people have to say about Brad Holmes speaking?
Nobody seems to be really all that happy about anything, Mike. Freaking word salad. He'd make a great politician.
Okay.
We tried, in quotes, we tried.
Yeah.
What a joke.
That's always going to stick with me because I always love how the rules in sports are different than the rules of real life or business. And if you're driving home right now, you know exactly what I'm saying. I want you to go to your manager when you don't hit your sales quota and tell them, but I worked hard, and see if that flies. Yet in sports, these people are allowed to do this and say that with a straight face. A lot of this press conference was, well, I know we didn't make a splashy headline, but if you only knew the things we tried, and it's like, I don't care. Have someone right now who's coming out of the OR doing open heart surgery tell someone they tried. No, you don't get to do that. Is Nona alive or not? No, she gone. She gone, but I really tried. No.
Doesn't help you.
Like, that's where nobody wants to hear it. Like, people in the world of sports, and it's not just a Brad Holmes thing or a Detroit thing. This is the world of sports. These people want all the glory, none of the accountability. They want to tell you how smart they are, and then they absolve themselves by saying, we tried. No. Like, if you didn't produce a high-level free agent signing, you failed. If you didn't produce anything at the trade deadline, you failed. Like, again, for those of you that are in sales, like if you're a realtor, well, I tried, we just couldn't close. But damn, I worked hard. The staging was great, and it's like, good luck.
By the way, this fits, even though it's a different sport. According to John Heyman, Bo Bichette and the Phillies have a meeting scheduled for Monday.
Unfortunately, the Tigers don't get to say they tried. Okay? That's right. If I had gotten a single report that they had tried, I could say, in fact, they tried.
Yeah.
Amazing. He'd be perfect here. That's what kills me.
I know.
I've been saying that. Kenny, when did we bring Bichette up? That was in like May.
Yeah, we brought him up months
when the
and
Jays
months and
were
months.
bad.
Yep.
And we were like, maybe the Jays are going to sell. Bichette is perfect because he could play second and short term. Long term, he'll be a third baseman. No McGonigal concerns, optionality, attacks the strike zone, top of the order, contact-oriented guy, team guy. They didn't try.
We also brought Vlad up, too, looking at you, Torque.
When the Jays were bad, yeah, we talked about it.
That would have been such a literal home run.
Maybe he'll at least be with my National League team.
Oh, good.
Yes.
How does that help us?
I know. Hey, it ain't the Tigers. I hope it's the Phillies.
All right. We'll get to your phone calls. Kenny, if you can do a percentage of positive, negative on the Holmes press conference via ticket text.
I want to do that next, but I also want you guys to guess what you think the percentage is next, because I think that would be very fun.
Oh, and we have his answer on edge rushers?
We're opting to do it right now.
Okay.
We got system issues we're working on.
No problem. It's fine. Guys, I know it's chaotic. No stress. 97.1.
Per NFL insider Ian Rappaport, the Lions have reached out to former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel about their open offensive coordinator position. McDaniel let go by Miami this morning. Lions GM Brad Holmes confirmed today they will look out of the organization for the hire. He was asked whether Frank Ragnow still has interest in returning. Holmes said Ragnow informed them of his initial retirement after the draft. He doesn't know if running back David Montgomery would return next season. According to The Athletic, all 9 MLB teams with deals with FanDuel Sports Network, including the Tigers, have terminated those agreements. Today is the arbitration deadline for Major League Baseball teams. According to Evan Petzold, Will Vest, outfielder Riley Green, utility player Zach McKinstry, pitcher Casey Mize, and first baseman Spencer Torkelson have all avoided it today. Great. MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred told WFAN he will conclude his tenure at the end of this deal, which is 2029. Red Wings have the Canucks right here on 97.1 The Ticket tonight. That starts at 7. John Gibson will be in goal. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, so first of all, welcome. Good to have you guys with us here at 5 o'clock.
And by the way, I'm not Rico.
Definitely not.
No.
But you have better hair.
Thank you.
I'm telling you, he's got a date night tonight, people. Stoney will be appearing live. He'll be signing steaks. It's going to be a big night for you and the missus.
Yeah, well, I just got a text. I said, are we going out? She goes, no, I'm making white bean chili. So that's what.
So you got your hair all gussied up for nothing? For white bean chili? Okay, that's not. Stop.
Hey.
Stop right now. You're out of line. Now, let me give you the news of the day, and then we're going to talk about Brad Holmes. The news of the day, it was brilliance by Michael Stone, and it turned into an actual news story, which was you started the day saying, hey, the Dolphins fired Mike McDaniel. Tell me one good reason why the Lions shouldn't make an attempt to hire him as OC.
And if they didn't even reach out, it would be organizational
Correct.
malfeasance.
And I had said, I can't argue a single reason why not to. I would just say I have doubts because the Lions don't act like that.
Mm-hmm.
They don't do Rams things or Eagles things. Couple hours later, Ian Rappaport says the Lions reached out. Credit,
Good.
respect. Whether they land him or not, I don't control that. And they don't control that. If the guy wants to be a head coach and hates the snow, well, I can't help you. If he gets offered one of the 7 openings, no problem. But I would hire Mike McDaniel today. I would make him the highest paid OC in the sport. And the weapons you have here align with what he likes to do, including he is a run game wizard. Has never had great O-lines in Miami, yet there they have been in years past with devastating rushing attacks. I love it. I love him as a coordinator, not a coach. So that's one. Want your feelings on that. The second piece is the Brad Holmes press conference. And look, you're never going – press conferences, we can't get people to agree pizza's good. You're never going to get everybody to feel good about a press conference.
No.
You and I both agree. Brad Holmes started out okay.
I'm more than okay. I thought he started out really well.
Started out
actually.
good. You know, this wasn't up to our standards. This year was a failure.
He ended up giving himself an F when asked.
And
like
then
Campbell. Yeah.
Then he kind of hit some black ice and careened into the median.
Mm-hmm.
And dodging questions about what aggressiveness means. Had a pretty bad answer about edge rushers. And overall, look, he saved himself in one regard because it was a lot of but I work hard. But it was, look, we're close to a Super Bowl. I don't think we're far away. But maybe I need to analyze that too.
Yeah, I mean, he was Brad Holmes. I mean, that's what he does. He's not a great orator, number one. But like you said, let's judge him more on actions rather than words. It's good that he was, took some responsibility, took a lot of responsibility. That's good. But when we sit there as not a show or shows, as a community who basically begged to get another pass rusher, and for the most part, people realized that, Myles Garrett and Max Crosby were pipe dreams. And maybe the way Cincinnati treats their players, Hendrickson was actually a pipe dream too, even though we thought they would be able to get something for him. It didn't work out. And he just doesn't get it. I just don't think he understands it. Look, he did a really good job of building the foundation. I make the Lions are like a house. Brad Holmes is a builder. Brad Holmes, they built a great foundation. Cement's all good. They built up some really good walls. And all of a sudden, when they got to the roof this year, it kind of fell down. It didn't hold up the rain. The gutters are busted. Well, you got to fix the gutters. And he doesn't seem willing to do that in the way that we want.
Yeah, he said the way we go about identifying players will not change. I know the approach on the edge rusher, he said, won't change. We'll get that audio to you momentarily. It's going to be actions, not words. So, look, you have two things to react to. The press conference itself, and then the news that they have reached out to talk to Mike McDaniel, fired Dolphins head coach, to be the offensive coordinator. So, yeah, obviously, if you want to steer it positive, you go with Mike McDaniel. I mean, it would be an absolute grand slam. And with the players you possess, and what have I said to you guys? I want outside counsel. I want a new set of ideas, a new way of doing things. I want someone who's not drinking the Kool-Aid to walk in here and say, great, the way you do it is good. This way's better.
Yeah.
And I think Mike McDaniel could do that, and he'd be highly motivated because here's the deal. If you come here and you get this Lions offense rocking and rolling, not just beating up homeless people, right? Against the bad teams, you scored about 42 a game. Against the good teams, you scored about 22. Okay, you were a bully. If you really come in here and get this right, Mike McDaniel, in a year, maximum 2, will have a pick of the litter for a second go-around to being a head coach. It's a perfect fit.
No
Very
doubt.
few places can offer that to Mike McDaniel.
No.
Very few.
I mean, there's some interesting other options for him, but we're not going to do completely Mike McDaniel out of Detroit radio.
No. I'm saying I want to give the Lions credit for being aggressive
Yes.
and reaching out.
Yeah.
Because that's a major move. You're going to have to lay out major money, and Dan Campbell will have to cede all control. You're never getting that level of OC here, and you're going to breathe over his shoulder into his microphone. It's not going to happen. But again, your reaction to Holmes, your reaction about Mike McDaniel, those are the two things we're rapping about. 248-539-9797. Stoney, what did I miss? I missed anything else?
No, you're not. He did say that it appears that David Montgomery's done here, which you could read the tea leaves anyway.
Well, he's the 7th highest paid running back in the sport, and he's clearly a backup.
Yeah.
$7 million a year for 8 carries a week.
Right.
Goodbye. And by the way, who signed that extension that you didn't need to sign?
Exactly.
You did, Brad.
Yep.
No, you didn't need to do it in the middle of October.
No.
There's no need. That's what they need to reanalyze, is getting all boned up and signing their own players too fast. How about that?
That'd be nice.
Did anyone ask about Kirby Joseph after we cut away?
Yes. Let's see what Rieger had to say.
I didn't mean to ambush you there.
No, it's okay. I got it here.
I'm just interested.
Because I asked him. He said he's happy that Kirby can now just here we go. Doesn't regret the contract extension, said the injury popped up from nowhere, had no way of knowing about how bad the knee was before they extended him. Didn't really say if he'd be able to play again, kind of skirted that question. He's happy that Kirby can now just rehab and not try to force the recovery to get ready for a game.
Okay. Now, if I'm being unfair, I want you to stop me.
Mhm.
Okay? That terrifies me.
Oh, absolutely.
Because
it's not unfair.
the easiest thing to say is, hey, we expect he'll be back by camp.
Yeah.
That would be the long view.
Correct.
The
That would be the spin view. This isn't, he's giving that would be the positive spin view.
Right.
Now he's being, looks like more realistic, number one. And then you couple that with when Branch is going to come back, which is probably, between October 1st and Halloween. And all of a sudden, as we all want him to go into the draft and, target D-line and O-line, suddenly safety becomes a priority, whether in draft or free
Yeah.
agency.
Let's get some phone calls. Get to the people. Nick has been very patient. 97.1. Nick, how you doing, buddy?
Hi, Valenti. You took the words right out of my mouth. And here's the thing. What really irritated me was when he said, we understand that there hasn't been a major trade and we're going to continue to work on the foundation we're built on. I'm going to do it like this. If he worked really that hard, why are we going from 15-2 to missing the playoffs? He doesn't make trade in free agency, and I'm glad you brought up the edge rusher thing because it's going to irritate me based on what he's got to say in a minute. And also, based on Mike McDaniel, I'm shocked that they would even do that. Good for them. If they can get him here, go ahead and do it. And that's all. Like,
Yeah. No, listen, the Mike McDaniel thing, tip of the cap. Massive respect. That's acting like a big boy. That's acting like a team that wants to win a Super Bowl. I think it'd be brilliant.
Just enough with the Marcus Davenports and the Josh Pascals. Get someone like a Daniel Hunter who can actually.
They're not going to do it. I'm going to play. I'll tell you what, Nick, and believe me, we're all aligned on this. They're not doing it.
Yeah.
Because there's no reason for him to say what he said with the conviction he said it, to then double back and go against it. We will play.
Hard for it.
We'll play it in a few minutes. I'll have Kenny. Can I have it by 5:15? Is that fair?
Yep. Thank you.
You got it, Nick. Yes.
I have it right now if you want it.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Let's play it.
Yes.
Well, replenish means to me
they're gone.
Get better. Yes, they're gone, but get better than those two, especially Davenport.
No, I want Davenport back again. I want to keep doing this. I want Davenport and Alex Cobb forever. And I want to see who plays more games. Just bring him back on a lifetime deal. I want Davenport to be Bobby Bonilla. Just keep bringing them on back.
Davenport Part 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Exactly.
That's what you want?
Bring them on back. What it says here, you signed him to a 4-game contract. What is that? Well, that's the only games he's healthy for.
Yeah.
We figured why sign him to a year?
He was more useful than Najee Davenport.
Okay. Yeah, that's a reference the older people will get.
Yes.
But no, that answer right there, I knew he would do it. I knew he would try to pimp that. Whoa, we had a 14 and 11 sack guy. And it's like, yeah, you want to talk time to pressure? Mm-hmm. Do you want to talk about how effective or ineffective that rush was? Do you want to talk about the run defense, which those guys are a part of?
Correct. He did talk about that, though, at the end.
He hinted that they were healthy, but it was uncharacteristic was the word he used.
Yes.
Look, I have said to you, I think they need to rebuild the defensive line.
Yes.
I don't know that Aleem McNeil's the same player anymore.
DJ Reader is certainly not the same player.
Gone.
Yes, he's done.
Toast. Roy Lopez was your best D tackle.
I know.
You're gonna give him a payday? No. You're gonna pay Bob Muhammad? I'm not paying him $14 million a year. So now you're back to square one, and he says the approach will be the same, which means dollar store opposite Hutch.
And it also means hoping that the who I will refuse to be able to pronounce his name correctly, the 6th-round draft choice out of
enough
Boise State.
with El Hassamin.
Right, well,
are we doing this again?
Well, that's what they're probably going to do.
Well, then nothing's changed.
Unless they can draft a guy who they draft at, 17, who's going to be an impact person on the defensive line. I think Tyleik Williams will get better. He was,
He's fine enough. But when you're taking a guy late first round.
Right.
I just need Tyleik be in the rotation.
Yeah.
He's fine enough. But I didn't see anything this year that is suggestive, oh, baby, we got to steal.
No, not at all.
All right. IRS collection or audit. Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you rely on them. They get to work day one. Maurice and Jerry, they're experienced and they're ready to evaluate any and all underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. It's abrahamandrose.com. Just call 248-539-5040, and you'll never have to deal with the IRS again. All right, Kenny, I'd asked you about the ticket text. We'll get to the phones in a second. From a percentage standpoint of people, I know the Mike McDaniel thing is probably 90-10 positive. Cool. And I'm here for it. Major respect to the Lions that they reached out. They did what we asked. But the Brad Holmes press conference in totality, and now that you've heard the edge rusher comment, I would say it's 70-30 negative.
Stone?
I'd say 60-40 negative.
I would wager, and this is being a little generous probably, I would say 80-20 negative towards Brad Holmes.
Okay.
People are still talking about the McDaniel thing. People are still texting about that, but they trickle in. Everything else is edge rusher, edge rusher.
Can you read
edge
a few
rusher.
of the edge rushers now
Sure.
that we've played the sound where he says the approach won't change and he try? I knew it. I hate that I'm right about that. I knew he was going to stunt on it. Well, who's got two edges that had double-digit sacks? Go ahead, Kenny.
This says they had me in the first half, not going to lie, but the end of that presser about the edge rusher really hit me hard. Another one just says, edge rusher, what? No, thank you. I don't even know. I think they're just typing words in.
Yeah.
People are upset. I think a majority of people wanted to hear anything but, like there was one that just came in just now that says, oh, Brad's back at the Coney. All right.
Their actions are what we're going to grade on, not the words. But all we have today are the words.
But what if the words deviated from their actions with
They
this
haven't.
franchise?
They haven't.
Specifically. Like, you can say what you want about Trajan because he's relatively new in town.
Yeah, but
as
if
in we
they
still
go,
have him
if they
leeway.
go through the deadline without making a sizable move to make a real run at taking the East, no, you're at the Coney.
Mike, do you ever get tired of saying that sentence out loud?
Yes.
Because I'm
every
very
day-
tired of saying that sentence out loud.
Every day of my life.
I go, well, they better have a big deadline. Well, they better have a big offseason.
No, it's just somebody has to want to break through. And again, I'm not telling the Pistons to sell their soul to the devil for a rental. No. See, that's the straw man stuff that these GMs do to us in this town.
No, it's-
like even during the Brad Holmes thing, it was like, well, I'm not going to rush up and take a tackle. Bro, who's even asking you to do that? You're creating this scenario.
No, it's somebody like Michael Porter Jr. or Trey Murphy who have years and
Yes.
other people too.
And you put them as a part of your core.
Yes.
And it's just the same people who yelled at me in the summer going, no, you can't trade Jaden Ivey. Still feeling that way? Like you got to pick a lane.
Right, and the problem is with that, not to go Pistons, although they deserve all the talk, they're playing great.
They're fantastic.
They're the best story in town, is the fact that to get one of those two guys, you probably have to give up, well, you're going to definitely Harris, Ivy, and either Holland or Soar. You're
Correct.
going to have to do that.
You have to give to get.
Correct.
Because ask yourself in the fourth quarter of a playoff game, outside of Cade, who is capable in a half-court setting of putting a team
Right.
on their back for 6-7 minutes?
Look, Duncan Robinson can shoot, but he can't defend. So there's a problem.
You get
By the
the
way,
point.
speaking of another organization, I'm just going to read the tweet from Bob Nightingale. No settlement was reached today in the Tarek Skubal salary arbitration negotiations. The two sides could still reach an agreement before an arbitration hearing later this month, but as of now, they're scheduled for a hearing.
Yep. They'll exchange numbers at 8 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, and I wonder how that hearing's going to go, because all you do is badmouth the. Oh God, that's the worst scenario. Anyway,
Also, ticket techs have now reached rock bottom. People are now calling for Brad Holmes' head.
Okay, we're not doing
come
that.
on.
That's an
He's
overreaction.
done a good job.
Take it easy. You can be disappointed or be annoyed or want to debate things. Come on now. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how you doing?
Hey, fellas, how are you doing?
Good, buddy.
Well, a couple of things. Mad props to the Lions reaching out to Mike McDaniel. I hope it works out. I think it's a perfect situation.
Yeah.
But the Brad Holmes press conference is really the reason I called. Like you guys said, I agree with you. He started out strong, but at the end of the day, kind of upset me that he didn't really have a plan for Taylor Decker or Frank Ragnow, and it doesn't sound like he has a plan still in place.
Well, it was interesting because the comments he made about Manu, I thought were pretty telling. And if you think I'm reading too much into it, go ahead. He was like, well, I can't say with conviction he's ready. Okay, well, then you're saying he's not. Like, we're headed into year 3. If he's not ready to be your tackle, that's a bad draft pick, period.
I agree on that, and I'm very concerned that if we get Mike McDaniel, that we might not have an offensive line to keep these weapons that we have going, because Goff is going to be on his back the whole time.
Well, luckily, McDaniel's used to not having an elite O-line, and he can create a run game out of ether. So, Mike, look, the line will be better if they make even minimum moves. Like, this is not something they can fake. This is not something they can be passive with. They are going to have to go to free agency and spend money.
And the other thing is, by his own admission, the line will get better next year because Penei Sewell will be better next year than he was this year.
Yeah, people don't want to recognize that he got outplayed.
He
recognizes it.
Right.
Fans don't.
Right.
Is he was not up to his standard
Correct.
this year. So, no, Mike, listen, if I tell you tomorrow that Decker and Glasgow retire, Penei kicks to left tackle, they'll try Ratledge at center. I got Mahogany at left guard. I got to build the right side of that line. You go hand $21 million to the best guard on the market, and you draft a right tackle in the first round of the draft. Your line will be better. Yes?
Yes, I agree.
So that's the mission.
Yes.
And again,
I
it
agree.
won't fix everything.
No,
brother, but
that's
I'm
mission
saying-
number one. If you have the list of things that this team needs, O-line, D-line, safety, O-line to me is number one.
I'll tell you, they need a defensive tackle.
Yeah, well,
No, I'm not trying to play like trump card here. I'm saying people don't recognize that D line right now is Aiden and what?
yes. You talk about the Legion of Home.
I don't even get me there.
Well, that's the D-line, unless Ali McNeil can return.
This is why I want to invest in a real pass rush.
I know.
Because if I can produce fast pressure, I don't have to rely on the back four that way. I can kind of fake it till I make it. I'll get Terry in back. I'll have DJ Reed. The safety thing is going to be one of the storylines of the offseason because his answer on Kirby does not instill confidence.
No.
And we know Brian Branch is hurt.
Correct.
Period. Scary.
Yeah.
Let's go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, good God. You guys, listen, I need to ask you, first of all, who says more, Brad Holmes or Matt Stafford? That was annoying to listen to Brad Holmes.
Yeah, it's tough.
I was brutal. All right, I want to ask you, Mike, when are you going to get a press pass credential and get into one of these press conferences? Grab that mic and say, hey, Brad, the following is a yes or no question.
He can go anytime he wants.
I did it for 15 years. It's pointless. Brian, you have to understand something, too. Rieger is the best in the business at this.
Right.
Rieger does the job. He is our reporter. And again, when those are on while I'm on the air, that ain't ever happening.
No.
So I hear you, but Brian, understand this. These guys, the way it is in sports now, Brian, these have never been less meaningful. There's PR to the hill. No one answers anything. It really is. There's a term I'd like to use for it, but it's too late in the day to get in trouble. We'll just call it mental stimulation, and we'll leave it there.
Because I would love to have you in there just once for everybody's satisfaction to hear you. Hey, Brad, what the F are you doing?
You can't do now. Hold on. You can't do that.
No, you can't pull a Rob Parker.
No, you can't. Oh, I was there that day. Oh, yeah. Hey, you're married the wrong guy. I'm like, oh, dear God. No, but Brian, understand. Listen, there was a time I had some of these guys on the show. That doesn't happen anymore. And there's a distinct reason. Like, it's just these teams don't want it. And they have their own writers, and they have their own website, and now they have their own podcast. They're creating their own echo chamber.
Correct.
So it's just different. And I'm obviously, Stoney, no jokes, no smarm. You predate me. Media has changed to a point where now, okay, the way I view it, and Brian, if people disagree with my stance on it, that's okay. I view it, tell you what, take your coaches, your players, your GMs, and stick them. I don't need them. Because I'll be right here, and we're going to say exactly what we want to say.
I still go to a lot of stuff, but not nearly as much as I used to, because I've found, especially with the players, and all due respect to them,
it's pointless.
They don't listen. All they care about is ESPN or their own Insta and their own podcast, which is fine. They don't listen to talk radio. Now their friends do and tell them what is being said. They don't watch local news, along with a lot of people, so they don't know sports. They're just. You know, that's just the way
Stoney
it is.
just dropping a bomb on local news.
Well, no, it's true.
No, it is. It's just, Brian, it's a complete waste of time. you know what? There was a time, hey, Stan didn't like things I said. Come on in, open invite. We had a war for 30 minutes.
It was great radio, and,
Sure
he,
it is.
and you guys were respectful to each
There,
other,
there
too.
was,
while
there was no
disagreeing.
problem.
Yeah.
And I offered it. I think he enjoyed it. I don't think the
He did.
organization wanted any part of it, where I was like, look, you want to do a weekly, you can come in every week.
Yeah.
But this is what it'll be every week. Like, I'm going to have fun with this.
Right.
We had our go, and it doesn't work. Because when you ask certain questions, and in no way am I some journalist, I'm making a point, you end up making your station look bad, and by osmosis, yourself look bad, even though that's not right.
Correct.
But I've done it. My God, I remember being at a press conference with Terry, and I asked LeBron a question, and people looked at me like I had a penis hanging off my head.
That's a sight I don't want to see.
Okay, I have a bad visual. Happy Halloween. 248-539-97. There you go. Hey, hold that thought over dinner, buddy.
Okay, yes,
all right.
exactly.
Listen, FanDuel giving all customers profit boost every college playoff game day. It means more chances. You can level up picks and hopefully hit a score. Look, you got college playoff tonight. You'll have a profit boost token in there. So it's FanDuel, best place to get in on the action. FanDuel.com/Michigan. Get your college playoff profit boost today. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, if you're already thinking about the big game, good, because the best viewing experience doesn't happen by accident. You need a plan. Paulson's Audio Video in Farmington Hills. They're the planners, best in the game. Paulson's, they help design the perfect setup, from TVs to sound bars to furniture, you name it, they've got it. They have experts. They don't have people that moonlight. They got people whose life is audio video. Stop into the showroom. They've been doing it for over 30 years. They're the best in the game. It's Paulson's Audio Video. Go to paulsonsav.com. That's paulsonsav.com. It's Paulson's, your technology partner.
248-539-9797. By the way, the newest episode of Restore the Floor between myself and Evan Jenkins, Pistons podcast, has been dropped. So please listen, subscribe, and like, or don't like. But we want you to listen to it. Hey, Michael, as my mother would call me, Michael.
I love it where you're like, subscribe or don't. Great sales pitch.
Well,
all right,
I mean,
what's up?
Tonight we have the first of two big playoff games this weekend.
Yeah, I know.
Miami and Ole Miss.
What do you want? What do you need?
Who do you want to win and why?
Who do I want to win?
Yeah, forgetting about betting and all
I
that.
would like Ole Miss to win because I think it's utterly absurd what Lane Kiffin did to them and is actively doing to them.
Correct.
Regarding the assistant coaching pool, who do I think wins? I think Miami wins.
Yeah, I think Miami's better up front. But
look, here, cash the ticket. We just dropped an app today. I'm 14-4
Subscribe
during bowl season.
or not.
Cookies is 17-4. I just like Miami. I just that front seven line of scrimmage, and I kind of wonder, is Ole Miss kind of like emotionally empty after what they went through last week? That was a knockdown, drag out, intergalactic war against Georgia. And now you face an even better front. And I think Miami's running game is every bit as good as Georgia's.
Yeah.
I just
if Carson Beck doesn't do anything stupid, I think Miami will win. But man, I would love Ole Miss to win.
Same here.
First
I'm rooting
of all,
for
I would
them.
shove it up Lane Kiffin's butt. Number one.
There you go.
Number two, watching Michael Irvin on the sidelines is just nauseating.
I've had enough.
It's okay that these guys are there. I think it's cool.
Yeah,
Ray
but
Lewis is there, and this
where
guy's
is your
there.
life that you're on all fours barking
I
like a
know,
dog
that's
at
what
a
I mean.
college football game?
I know.
Like, dude, respectfully,
yes.
Get a life. That's sad. Yeah. Or it makes me ask a different question, like,
Yes.
what are you on, dude?
Exactly.
Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, he looks completely out of control.
And he's interacting with players, which is, it crosses every line.
I know.
But yes. Unfortunately, that front with Bain and I always want to say Osibor, but that was the center for BYU a couple years ago, or Utah State.
More than that, I love
He's
that.
like 30 years old.
I love the offensive lineman, the right tackle, who unfortunately won't be available probably when the Lions pick.
Malaga?
Yeah. Oh, God, he's so good. He even blocked his own guy last week.
I just, unfortunately, I think Miami will be a little too much.
Do they wear the baby blues? Ole Miss tonight.
They're called Battle Blues?
Battle Blues.
Let's
I'm
get it
sorry.
right.
I'm sorry. I know.
Respect
I know you're a veteran of the Grove. Yes, I know.
I would.
Yeah.
But here's why they probably won't. Because that was Lane's deal.
Oh.
Notice they came out in the Navies.
Yes.
Like, they're trying to, like, go
Distance
old school.
himself.
Go gray pants.
And the fact
Navy helmet.
that Lane will only allow some of the guys to coach there and others can't.
It's a joke. The whole sport's a joke. What do you want me to say?
I know.
It's
Is their running back coach the one they're letting? Is that former Lion Kevin Smith? Because I know he got into the coaching deal with his alma mater at one point, but he's one of the guys.
Yeah, it's just the whole thing's a wreck. But yeah, look, I'm fine being wrong, pal. I don't have a huge thought. It's just I do lean Miami.
So do I.
And as long as Beck doesn't, I'm with you.
Yeah.
If Beck's got to throw for 240, 250, nah, that's going to come with a pair of interception earrings. I don't want any part of that.
I know.
All right, Kenny, ticket text, and then Reegs is here.
There's still a number of people calling for the head of Brad Holmes.
You can't do that.
And one of them, or at least two of them now, have come in talking about your Gus Johnson opinion from the Blitz that we just had. About
What's the issue?
Well, you said that he was the worst part about college football. The thing that's ruining college football the most, I think you said it maybe, I'm going to guess tongue-in-cheek.
No.
But
no,
you
he's
actually hate Gus Johnson as a caller.
He is the Antichrist. Like, if there is an Antichrist amongst us, it's Gus Johnson.
Wow.
And in the sidecar is that dullard Joel Klatt.
And also, before the Brad Holmes thing happened, we were kind of hijacked on the ticket text by people talking about Stoney's hair.
It's angelic. It's beautiful. He had
Do they like it?
But he had a date set up for tonight, and then it got canceled.
I know.
And Mrs. Stone is making white bean chili instead.
I know.
What happened?
I don't know.
Kenny, you can't do that. That's just
from your mouth to God's ears. No.
Okay. Great. He had an incredible hair day to where we thought he had a perm.
The also other people that are watching this on YouTube and Twitch wanted to know what jersey you were wearing. I implore you to educate these non-knowers of.
Okay, you'll probably see something similar tonight at LCA. These are the white Vancouver Canucks jersey when they entered the National Hockey League back in 1970.
Which it's not a logo. It's a hockey stick.
Right.
In a square.
Which is what their logo was back then.
That's not a logo.
It wasn't great graphic design back then.
No,
Mike. They
it
didn't
was.
have the ingenuity that some.
Okay, but the St. Louis Blues did. They came into the league the same year, right? Weren't they
No.
1968?
The Blues were part of the expansion 6. The Canucks and the Sabres came in two
Okay,
years
Sabres
later.
have a cool logo.
Right, I know. This is their hockey stick.
My God, what about the Cleveland Barons? They had a nice logo.
Yes, with the little C with the Cleveland
Come
Barons
on.
with Dennis Marouk.
Look at that thing. It's like they ran out of budget.
I know. They did.
I'm very much enjoying this conversation.
I love these jerseys.
What's everybody's favorite expansion team in the NHL? Let's go.
Stop it right now.
No,
Let's talk Maxima Finnegano.
But I was mentioning
yeah.
I was mentioning to Kenny today. The Canucks have never won. What team? And it's late. That you don't necessarily have to like, but it's not your favorite team. Like the Lions doesn't count. Who's never won, or at least in your lifetime, that you'd like to see win? Because Vancouver and like Buffalo,
Pro sports.
Yeah.
Buffalo Bills probably.
Yeah.
Those poor bastards.
I know.
First of all, Buffalo's
But the Sabres themselves, they've been to the finals twice and lost both times. And the Canucks have been to the finals 3 times, have never won.
But the Bills went to 4 straight Super Bowls.
I know.
And now they have the best quarterback in the league, and Josh Allen has the most wins in NFL history without a Super Bowl. He has 7.
Oh, 7 playoff wins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Buffalo's a terrible city, so automatically I pity them. Like, you think our weather's bad? Go to the other side of the lake. It's atrocious. Yeah, I'd probably be the Bills.
Their fans deserve it.
They do. They're good fans, man.
That's how I feel about the Reds in baseball. They're a good fan base. They demand more from their ownership.
But they
don't
won
have
in
it.
the 70s.
But they won in the 70s. They had
I was born in 94.
I know. You're
Yeah,
right. It does
true.
fit.
But if all those fans are dead, it
Yes.
kind of doesn't count.
Yeah.
So, like, you know what?
Yes.
You re-enter the list.
But they did win in one in '89 with Derek Davis when March shot on the
Oh,
team.
my God. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, what about the Pirates? Brewers?
too, yeah.
The Brewers. Brewers have never won.
Bernie the Brewer's awesome.
The Padres have never won. Have they? No.
I don't like the Padres.
And it also feels nice that we're talking about teams that are in the opposite conference or the opposite division. We're talking about the Reds, the Brewers, the Pirates. They're not AL
Yes.
teams.
Yeah.
And of course,
that I think makes it more likable.
The Detroit Lions. That would be nice.
Right.
Wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe they're not that close to a Super Bowl.
No, listen, with the appropriate offseason, they can maintain a Super Bowl window.
Correct.
Let's cross our fingers we get some reports that Mike McDaniel's going to interview here. I think that would be a big first step.
Yes, they reached out. That was good.
They did. Yes. All right.
They were listening to us. It was like,
is Rieger not speaking to us? Is that what this is?
Rieger is ignoring you actively. He does not like either one of you. He wants you both to fall off a cliff.
I don't think
what
that's
he
the
told
case.
Me in here.
Ticket text.
He said it back here.
Text communications.
Yeah, that's right. The edge rusher comment really pissed me off. It makes me worry about the future of this franchise if that's going to be the approach moving forward.
Well, we'll take him at his word, and we'll see if the actions differ. But yeah, that comment bothered me.
by the way, the Baltimore Ravens, they've interviewed Vance Joseph. They've requested schedule to be interviewed.
Having the time of his life. If you know the reference, you know.
Sergio Dip.
If you don't, you don't.
They've also requested and scheduled interviews with Brian Flores, Clint Kubiak, Matt Nagy, Robert Saleh, Anthony Weaver, the pride of Saratoga High School,
that's
I
right.
just found
That's
out.
right.
And Broncos pass game coordinator Davis Webb.
Oh, God. One of the worst Giants draft picks ever. That's a good list. I think the Flores one is super interesting. By the way, has anyone fumbled the bag like Hank Fraley? You were offered the OC job of the Seahawks. You turned it down. You're here. The O-line stunk. And now Clint Kubiak, after 1 year in Seattle and turning Sam Darnold around, Kubiak's going to get a head coaching job.
Well, he wanted to stay around and watch his kid play high school football, I believe, is what part of the reason was.
His kid played at North Dakota State. Or does he have multiple
Hank Fraley? He might have multiples.
Well,
I don't know.
all right, well, the job that you could have had resulted in a head coaching job.
Whoops. True.
Hi, Riggs.
Hi, guys. Sorry, I was doing a little work.
Fine.
We're
You
going to
got
talk
10
about Brad
seconds.
Holmes. Brad Holmes, are you more or less sure about the man after listening to the press conference at 4 o'clock?
Good questions, Riggs. You did a nice job as always.
Tremendous, Michael. Great by you.
Thank
Great
you.
show,
Why don't
guys.
you go
You guys
show
sounded
your wife
amazing.
that beautiful wig you're wearing, huh?
Yeah, you do
look great.
good.
He looks good.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous hair.